first world? Because today I'm sure who all agrees that today mobile is the first screen for most of the people? Okay, great. Second question, how many of you are on Twitter? Okay, so the ones who are not there, please leave. No, just kidding. Today's session, what I'm trying to achieve is just about share some practices about what is to look at, what are the things which you should be seeing as brands, and how is consumers evolving through this high connected era. So the expectation of now, I mean, some data just to kind of make it interesting. On an average, we unlock our phones 150 times a day, and this is not to take a call. Okay, so this is the time we take out the phones from our pockets or from our bags and actually unlock the screen to see what's happening. 76 seconds is the attention span a consumer is going to give you before they start moving on and start looking and considering other brands within your competition set. Obviously, a lot of pressure from a brand's point of view because you're talking to a person who's very, very impatient now. This is something which is revealing but not really proud for us as humans. We actually beat the goldfish this July. We have the lowest attention span, 8 seconds. How many of you know about Vine videos? So I think perfect way, right? 6 seconds, you get the attention. But the fact is that 8 seconds is what today a human being's attention span is on anything. So as a brand, if you don't engage with your consumer in the first 8 seconds, you probably have lost him or her. 6,000 tweets per second, a billion tweets every other day. That's a huge amount of data which is happening on Twitter, a huge amount of, signals, huge amount of chatter, which people talk about on a daily basis. Periscope, today almost 40 years of broadcast is being watched daily on Periscope, right? And that's a huge amount of consumption which is happening across all social platforms. How many of you know about the May and the Manny Pack boxing match? Did you hear about it? Yeah. So what is this? Can anyone tell me what is this? So this is the heat map of that boxing match during the tweets happening. So obviously the yellows are the ones which are supporting Floyd Mayweather, and the red ones are Manny Pacquiao. So obviously the entire world was tweeting about it, the entire world was looking about it. Over 2.7 billion impressions were delivered during that match. Some very, very interesting comments like, we waited for 5 years for this match. Some quirky ones. Yeah, people have seen probably better matches on Tinder. I don't know how it works, but very interesting. And this is what social media is all about. People talk and express things which they care about, which they like, and that kind of makes it really sticky for people to be on. So looking at what is power of now, the day is only now. There is no longer a peak time. There is no longer a peak viewing time, because today consumers talk about and listen to things when they want to. So from a marketer's point of view, the day part is now. It's not really that, oh, I need to have a spot in the evening prime time news, because there's nothing called any prime time anymore. You as a consumer, you will engage with content when you want to do it. Nobody can force you, right? So that's why from a marketer's point of view, the day part is now. So the biggest challenges which most of the marketers face today is probably these three, which is reaching out to fragmented audiences, understanding the new purchase funnel, and connecting with rich experiences. How many of you who are here in marketing would agree with this? Okay, cool. So if you look at it, what if you could easily reach people live on mobile? We're talking about live reach. What if you could be more relevant all day, every day from a brand's perspective, which is everyday relevance? What if you could deliver engaging content experiences on mobile? So it's all about engaging content. And if you look at these three principles, and if you get these three principles right, you probably start engaging with your consumers in a far better way on Twitter. So let's look at live reach. So we have these promoted products, and why promoted products work is because of the fact that you can reach your consumers at the time when it matters to most, and it's really targeted. Twitter is like waterfall. There are millions and millions of tweets which are happening every day. The fact is that when you're reaching with promoted products, you can actually reach out to a person when they are on Twitter and you want them to engage or see your message at the same time. and which is what helps you build that reach. So just an example, what Coca-Cola did. So Coca-Cola actually targeted a campaign looking at using people's Twitter handles. And what they did was they tweeted to people using their Twitter handles and send them customized Coke bottles with their names on it. Pretty cool. People loved it. Receiving a tweet from Coca-Cola with a bottle with their name, pretty cool. They did not only even stop there. They basically asked people to use the hashtag #ShareACoke and tag a few friends of theirs. And what they did was, in return, send them bottles with all their friends' names and made it far more social, which obviously brought in engagement. You designed participation for people to kind of work with you on the hashtag which you had created, and obviously amplified reach which you had. Brands can create live reach, and this is the launch of the Avengers commercial. How many of you have seen this promo? On Twitter? How many of you have seen it on Twitter? Great. So this was launched, obviously when it got launched, and they ran this particular campaign. This single particular tweet delivered 32 million views in 24 hours. So far, this commercial has delivered 500 million views in total. And the best part is that 80% of these views were from the first tweet. And if you look at the cumulative impressions which they've been able to deliver from March 4th to March 7th, it's phenomenal. Phenomenal in terms of what they did with the first 3 days of the launch of this promo for this movie. Not only did they do that, but they actually organically trended across the world. I mean, not only in America, but they trended globally for the Avengers Assemble hashtag which they were using. The second way to increase reach is something what we call Twitter Audience Platform, which is an exclusive platform where we have a network through MoPub, where most of the apps you can target. You can use the Twitter targeting signals which you use for Twitter and use it for targeting campaigns outside Twitter. It's the best reach in mobile, and you can use very powerful creatives increasing and amplifying your reach on this. 700 million plus is the reach if you add Twitter and Twitter Audience Platform to enhance this particular reach, and 130% more incremental global reach is what you can actually get. So just giving an example, this is John, who is using an app, and after he finishes his run and kind of, he's using a health app, Starbucks kind of serves him a coffee ad. Or you have, say, Chloe playing a game, and the minute she's playing a game, and these are like obviously outside the Twitter world, Starbucks can actually target people outside on those things on the apps they are. Similarly, they also target them on Twitter. So you can reach the same person and amplify your reach by using the right Twitter targeting mix and also platforms across the Twitter app audience network. What it helps doing is it basically helps you increase your reach 2 times, almost 2 times increase in tweet engagement, and it also drives the cost 30% lower for most of the marketers. So what you get in return is a global reach and exclusive targeting signals, engagement across social and video ad creatives, obviously a superior performance for what you're doing on Twitter. Looking at everyday relevance. So this is an active socialite, loves meeting new people and socializing with her friends. You also have an office professional, loves networking, building his career. You have a very conscientious mother, loves trying new activities with her young children. So if you look at it, we all have a very typical image of these people, right? But they could be tweeting anything. Ignore this tweet, I'm pretending to write down a guy's number. Yeah? Or it could be Karma, the guy who pushed past me on the tube and then suggested I go F myself, just arrived for his interview with me. Or, hey kids, let's play a game called You Don't Ask Me 18 Questions in 2 minutes and I don't lose my shit. So, the people, and the fact is that how do you use these signals and kind of target people from campaigns or perspectives or things. So the most powerful targeting signals are obviously your events, media's interest and intent from a Twitter's perspective. Let's look at events and media. In television and cultural events. Today in India, 65% of people who watch TV live ends also tweet simultaneously. I mean, we've seen it in IPL, we've seen it in Cricket World Cup. We also see it for reality shows, things like Big Boss. We also see it for shows like MasterChef. And there is a lot of engagement when people are watching television, they're tweeting simultaneously. It's a great opportunity for brands to use these signals and engage with their consumers in delivering the right message when they are involved in consuming that content. So for example, like there is a music event which is happening, and this is just for perspective. These are the number of tweets which happened during that event. Now, if you're a marketer, you'll obviously want to associate, and if you're associating with music or you want to reach out to people who, listen to music or who would be interested in this, you would think, why not I only target these particular moments, which is, yes, you need to because it's important. But, on a daily basis, there is a hell of a lot of conversation which is happening. People talk about music on a daily basis. Over 1 billion impressions, tweets, only talking about signals. So if you're a brand, do you really need to wait for those events or moments, or do you need to engage with the consumers on a daily basis? Because those are the things which will drive efficiency for you when the spikes are happening during things, because you will understand and you will know your consumers better if you're engaging with them on a daily basis, and when special events happen, obviously your traction will be far more with them. Let's look at interest and intent. So interest targeting, keyword targeting are like pretty key. Twitter primarily is a discovery platform if you look at it. People come to Twitter because they want to know what's happening in the world. Twitter today has also become the place where news breaks first, right? What happens in the world happens first on Twitter, and then you go out to your other sources to see more details of things, but the first point of information or source of information would be Twitter. So if you look at interest, it could be interest from historic events, music, it could be adventure, it could be activities. People like to hike, they like to camp. And if you're a brand and if you're interested in reaching out to people based on the interest, interest targeting is a very good way to engage with people who would genuinely kind of react to your messages. It could be things like, favorites like are powerful tools, like we've seen it in tech, we've seen it for causes, we see it for sports. Things like news, sports, entertainment are really big on Twitter in terms of the people who are on Twitter, also the fact that the kind of people who engage with content around these three themes are really big. I mean, this is a great way which summarizes how you could find more, and this is a tweet by Business Insider, which talks about, we've rounded up some of Tim Cook's favorite tweets to give you a better idea of what Apple CEO cares about. Other way to look at it is, this is also best place for a brand to look at signals and intent, that tweets can give you a better idea of what a person thinks about, and that's signals. There's IBM, tied up with Twitter, and they've got an access to the full fire hose. What IBM does is, they churn out data based on interest and things, and they kind of help their clients grow their business. Because when people are tweeting, it's also a signal of intent which most of you are getting. And if you know how to use that signal in a better way, you would have a far better targeting strategy and a content strategy to engage with them. Yeah? I'll give you an example. Think of English and think of any word or any language, popular language. Every word has a pattern on Twitter. Did you know that? Of how people tweet. So let's take coffee. People talk about coffee in 24 hours, and if you look at it, primarily this is what a daily trend of coffee looks like. Yeah? You convert this into a week, does it start giving you a pattern? So on a daily, weekly basis, this word, how people would use it on their tweet has a pattern. And if you were a brand, I think this is very important information to see of when you should be tweeting out, or what should you be tweeting about what things. And you could do this for a period of like a full month or a quarter. But the fact is that these are signals, and this is data which is absolutely crucial for a marketer to plan better. How do you make your campaigns on Twitter better? How do you make your campaigns on Twitter more effective? I mean, data would be the first starting point for it. So participate around interest conversations. It could be on cooking, cars, sports, music, fitness, fashion, you name it. There would be all possibilities of you where you can target and get data and signals for people what they're interested in. You could actually have customized content which is going out to these people in a very targeted way based on their interest and make your campaigns far more effective and efficient. What does this lead to? This actually leads to 22% lower CPMs from terms of your cost. Almost 2.5 times more greater share of your competition, and almost 2 times sales lift. From a marketing perspective, or a brand perspective, that's absolutely crucial. At the end of the day, it's also about how much you sell. Let's look at lastly the engaging content piece. I just want to run a small little video before we start.
I challenge you to give me 5 questions.
JBL, official sound of the NBA.
So video actually does really well, and it drives deeper engagement for content which people engage with on Twitter. We've seen almost more than 60% rise in favorability, almost 45% more engagement, and it's 90% all mobile viewership. So what it means is that people actually watch content on the go. They watch it anytime. There's no particular time. It's not about they have to be sitting in front of a television and watching it. That makes it more personal. What we also have realized is that watching videos on mobile, people find it that there is a personal connect because it's one-to-one and it's their space. Video on Twitter drives almost 3.5 times more recall and almost 17% more purchase intent. So video obviously, and this is a research we had done with a control group, but the fact is that video today, and I'm sure this is not new, the video as a media asset is today probably becoming the most powerful tool. Now within video, it could be long form formats, it could be 30-second commercials, it could be vines, it could also be periscopes. The fact is, Tata JLR, they launched Discovery Sport in India a few months back, and they launched it on Periscope. The kind of engagement they got was phenomenal because not only did people watch it during a live unveiling of a car in India, but that also got talked about by press. So the content did not only stay on Twitter, but the content also went outside Twitter. Media spoke about it. There was a lot of PR value which the client got by doing a Periscope activity. So if you do something which is smartly and you kind of drive it in terms of building your tune-in, you would start getting that results in engagement. And live definitely works. So if you're showing people in real time, things on Periscope, they would definitely engage with it. The highest quality engagement, almost 100% viewability, we now introduced autoplay. So from a brand's point of view, like this is what Nissan did. They unveiled their commercial first on Twitter. What they did was they did a poll card and they ran 4 different parts of the commercial asking people to vote of which one they would want to see. And the video which won the maximum number of votes was eventually released by Nissan on television. So today, Twitter is also helping marketers get the right kind of signals from the market, the engagement. And these are very, very powerful tools, one, not only to first build in your social engagement, but also learn back from it and what you could do with your clients. Through TAP, not only can you run your videos on Twitter, but you can also run this through various apps where people are engaging on it. And definitely which is also enhancing your reach. Finally, what I just wanted to talk about it is the best on Twitter. So, this is looking at this year's scans. 73% of Grand Prix winners did Twitter integration as part of their winning campaigns. So I'm sure if you guys have heard about Speak Beautiful by Dove, you heard about the Volvo campaign, Chevrolet, like the Always campaign, like a girl, hashtag like a girl. All Twitter integration campaigns. as did 69% of gold winners, and 70% of all award winners of Grand Prix, gold, silvers, bronze. And that's how important today, Twitter can help you amplify your marketing message and your impact to your audiences. So like this is Like a Girl, Procter & Gamble campaign which won the Volvo Cars Interception. I don't know how many of you have seen it, but they actually hijacked the Super Bowl this year in the US. And they made people tweet in real time when other car commercials were running on television. And it so happened that they ended up owning the entire social conversation on Twitter during an event like Super Bowl. Phenomenal integration. And then the Titanium Group which won it. So if you look at the power of now, and it's all about the live reach, engaging content, it's about driving awareness, it's about interaction, it's about purchase, advocacy, and these are very, very important aspects from any marketer's perspective. And that's what is about the power of now, and it's about the combination of using these three in the right way to build that efficiency for yourself as a brand's perspective. So in today's way, live tweet, everyday relevance, and engaging content, that's the power of now. Thank you. Any questions or anything, or is... Yeah.
Do you also have a time chart of when people are discussing that? Because I could only see the days mentioned, but
so
not
time charts is very simple. If you look at weekly, if you look at say a daily week, what time is evening to night, so the morning to night.
So it is like that.
It's all there. Yeah, it's definitely, you can all track that on Twitter. You can track it for any word.
Yeah. One thing you mentioned was that the concept of prime time has now become maybe, not as significant as it used to be because people are essentially consuming. But I've noticed that a lot of people on Twitter, whether it's comedians, they still, tend to time their tweets and their content because there's still a certain window in which people do end up consuming content. So isn't that some way to prime time for Twitter?
So that's a great question. I mean, think about it. Probably they're looking at data of the kind of audiences of when they are on Twitter. So Twitter, everyone might not be interested in a particular kind of content, right? If you are following, say, a comedian and they tweet at a particular time, it's because they know that their followers or people who like their content are usually on during that point of time. They would have used some data to figure out what's the best time for them to be tweeting out that content. Think of it.
This is Harpreet here.
Hi, Harpreet.
This is my assumption that Twitter is more used in USA than on other part of the country. I want to just know that what is the age group and what is the pattern in India, for example. What I have seen connected is on, I think, maybe 16 to 30, 40 age. So can you just give some more
Twitter
highlight?
cuts across age groups, and Twitter is pretty significant in India. The fact is that, okay, how many of you watch television and how many of you watch things? If you look at it today, Twitter is becoming an integral part of most of the media. Whether you look at news channels, they're asking you to tweet with a particular hashtag about a cause. Your assumption about Twitter only being an American phenomenon is not right. Today, Twitter is a global phenomenon. People across the world, including India, use Twitter very, very heavily. They use it as a discovery platform. They use it to find out what's happening around the world. They use it to follow content which interests them or follow people whose content interests them. And in India, I mean, it cuts across all age groups.
What is the percentage actually in India comparing to other places?
So we don't give out country-specific numbers. Globally, we reach out to about 320 million people logged in. And then with the Twitter app platform, which is another 700 million.
Okay, so the 700 millions are registered user and active user is 320.
I can We can send me an email. Actually, I can send you all the
Okay,
details.
thanks. No, thanks.
Hello. Yeah. On the right here.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi. So, from what we know, Twitter started with 140 characters,
Yeah.
and so there was all text, and then it's seen it evolved into visuals and photos and videos, and now automated videos and live. And so, is it going into a very undifferentiated space where there is already so much happening for visuals, there is already so much happening for videos? So, how is Twitter staying differentiated?
Tweets are still 140 characters. I mean, that's
Okay.
what we stand for. What media asset you can use with it, it's totally up to you. See, media assets help you build your engagement better with your audiences, right? So if you put in a plain tweet, yes, people will watch it, but if you have a picture or a gallery card with it or a video, chances of you driving higher engagement for your message would be there, right? And today, Twitter is a social platform. And what you're doing is you're sharing content with people who either follow you, or if you're promoting it to your targeted users, is because you want to talk about and showcase things what you as a brand stand for. So these are media assets you use actually helping you amplify your message.
So is it that more importance is going to these tools of engagement like photos and videos, and less on the text?
Not really. I mean, there's no focus. The options are both there. You can send out a plain text tweet too, right?
Correct.
But you also have the option to send that tweet with a picture. And if you as a user would have seen it, I'm sure you would realize that the tweet with a picture would have got you higher engagement. Because when people are on the timeline, and if there is an interesting picture which you've tweeted out, they will stop and look at it.
Correct. So my concern is on right now it's a tweet with a picture, but is it really that, or is it a picture with a tweet? Because there's an Instagram which has a photograph with a comment. The same for Facebook, same for other platforms.
Tweet comes first, right? So it's tweet with a picture, tweet with a video.
That's how you define it. Yeah.
So tweets are tweets, right? For us, that's what it is.
That's very sweet. Thank you.
What was the thinking behind moving from the star to the heart?
Okay, I probably don't have the right answer for you right now, but if you can connect with me, I'll send you the philosophy behind it. But I think the likes are pretty nice. How many of you like the hearts? Yeah, sir. The answer is, users define most of it. Like even the hashtags was never started by Twitter. It was our users who actually created the hashtag. So most of our users still, define, and we've seen more traction towards hearts. So hearts is what definitely happened. You use the hearts?
Yeah,
Or any other? Sorry. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, hi.
Hi, this is Gayatri. Facebook gives insight about what are the typical days your followers are most active, or hourly insight where you can decide when is the right time to post. Not exactly right time, but when you'll reach out to maximum people. With Twitter analytics, do you have something similar in mind? Because that will be a really good idea.
So if you're doing paid campaigns on Twitter, you have access to all that data.
No, I'm talking about the free ones.
The free ones, I'm sure you can get to know about the behavior of your audiences in terms of, your tweeting pattern will let you know what are the times where you've got the best engagement for the followers. It will also give you a broad profile of your followers, what are the spaces they're coming from. It will also give you analytics on the highest engagement you've got for tweets across various things. And you could use that science to actually figure out when's the best time to tweet out.
Yeah, but these are all indirect indicators, whereas if you have
So on
seen
the paid
Facebook,
one, you
that
get
directly
all
gives
these,
the trends.
on the paid dashboards when you're doing paid campaigns, all these access information is there.
Thank you.
I think, all right. So thank you so much. It was very lovely being here and pleasure talking to you all. Any questions, you could tweet to me, we could connect, and that's where we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taranjit. So next, before I move on to the next session, I quickly want to check with you all. Have you ever played this game called Cards Against Humanity? Have you heard of this game? Have you played this game? Okay, how many of you have played this game? Okay, so do you want to play a similar kind of game, Cards Against Humanity with a twist? So can we do the cards against influencers today? So because right now currently in social media, in digital space, the hottest topic is influencer marketing. And there are a lot of ups and downs and dark side and better sides for influencer marketing. But I think the best way to explain and to show the different angle to the whole topic on influencer marketing would be through a very interesting game. And for that, we have a very interesting and fun panel for the session. So as we arrange the stage for the whole game, let me just give you a quick heads up on the other activities that are happening around Social Media Week. So as you all must have seen everywhere, so we have Lionel Messi. He's here through an AR model, and we have a very interesting contest happening powered by Tata Motors, hash made of great. So we have an AR activity zone that side, and during the break times, if you wish to participate in this particular contest, please go experience the AR activity, tweet your picture with the hashtag made of great, and get a chance to win some really cool Messi goodies from Tata Motors. So that's one announcement I have. And apart from that, quick question. How many of us struggle during the traffic line because of the heavy traffic, because of the people who are on the roads who are not responsible, and they jump signals, they create chaos for your driving? How many of you have experienced such horrendous experiences on the road? I think everybody, right? Almost all of us. I'm sure, including me, all of us had that one moment where we felt like, oh my God, how can one be such a moron on the road? In fact, I have experienced it. But let's not be that one moron, and let's be that one responsible citizen on the road by taking a pledge which makes sense to ourselves. So we have a very interesting and very powerful campaign which we're running along with Together We Can and Mumbai Traffic Police, which is My Life, My Safety. The whole initiative is to ensure that to take care of yourself and your life, and thus you be a responsible citizen and help others also take a new initiative. So we have placards available outside next to the registration desk, wherein you can choose one of those pledges which is available there. Either it is I will wear helmet while riding, I'm going to wear seat belts while driving, I'm not going to jump signals. So we have such very interesting pledges available outside. So if you feel one of those pledges makes sense to you, and if you really feel like adhering to it and taking a pledge or taking an oath on that, please go ahead, take the pledge, tweet it with the hashtag My Life, My Safety. So now, without further delay, My Safety, My Life, sorry, hashtag My Safety, My Life. Without further delay, let me now set the stage for the game. Lavin, are we? Let's roll this. Lovely. So we have, this particular session is hosted by Get Evangelized. And for this particular session, we have Lavin Mirchandani as the moderator. And along with him, the other panelist joining him is Prashant Cholapalli, Senior Vice President and Digital Head, iContract. Sachin Bhatia, CEO and co-founder, TrulyMadly.com. Sapin Verma, stand-up comedian, The East India Comedy. And also joining them is Mr. Anak Desai, entrepreneur at Anak Consults. So let me welcome Lavin and the panelists onto the stage. Lavin.
Check. Good afternoon, friends, and thanks for coming in and joining us for this experimental panel that we are trying out, Cards Against Influencers. Is everybody able to see both sides of the... Are people from that corner able to see Anag clearly? Are you okay? Otherwise, you could just come ahead a little bit. So, that's it. The idea of Cards Against Influencers came, as Navita mentioned, because influencer marketing is a very hot topic today, and everybody and anybody is trying to get into influencer marketing. As an evolving industry, there are experiments being done, some good practices, some not so good practices, and through this fun game, we want to highlight some of those grey practices, not so good practices. And we've got a stellar panel. Some of them are still waiting to be invited. Sir, please join us. And Prashant is still... So, I'll give you a quick introduction. How many of you have played Cards Against Humanity? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so more than half of the people don't know what Cards Against Humanity is. It's a drinking game. It's a party game. And we're trying to do that at 4 in the evening. The way this game works is there are two sets of cards. There are black cards and there are white cards. The black cards are the cards which have questions, and white cards are the cards with one-line answers. Now the interesting part about the white cards are these are answers about people from the industry, about entities from this industry, about brands, about agencies, about influencers, about wannabe influencers, everybody. And we had floated a form around for crowdsourcing all these white cards. So we've got some very interesting responses. I think over 100 cards have been captured anonymously. So look at it as a secret app just being played live. The black cards usually on the game are dealt by different people, different players, which have questions. For the sake of doing this on a panel, we're going to run the black cards on the screen. So those are going to be rounds. And after every round, we're going to request the panelists to pick up the funniest white card that they can attach as an answer to that question. So there's a lot of randomness happening here. The probability of somebody getting picked as a white card as an answer to the black card is random, because it's 1:100, because we've got 100 cards. So there are chances that you may be picked. You are in the audience. Please don't take offense, because this is fun. And this is a randomly designed game. Sachin is here, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for our final player. So I no longer have to fill in more. So I'm going to deal some white cards, and we're going to do one trial round so that the audience understands this. No, the shots, I've not explained the shots yet.
Check. Oh yeah.
Right, the shots come in. Anak still thinks that's watermelon juice. So after every round, I think the winner, let's have a consensus on that. The winner gets to have a shot.
I think everybody should get a shot.
After every round?
Winner 2 and the rest 1.
That's what we're here for.
Winner 2 and rest 1.
India is a democratic country.
Okay, let's do that. The winner gets 2 shots and everybody else gets 1 shot. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to deal cards. Sachin, you want to come here? Because that's the shot table. Right. कार्ड उठाना है सर तीन पत्ती right.
No, but now they call this poker because only intelligent people play poker. No?
Okay, I'm going to give you, I think 6 cards or 7 cards. Why don't you take yours, sir? I'm going to play Game Master. So these are unused cards, and at any point of time you think that you're running out of answers to the question on screen, you can just put your card back here and take the top card. So you can always do that. And after you use your card, just place it here so that they don't get used again. So are we ready, friends? Are we clear about the game? Yes, no, maybe? Can I get a Laura answer, please? Yes, no, maybe? Okay. So let's have the first question on screen. Okay, those are the Twitter handles of our panelists. If you get offended by one of their answers, you can troll them on Twitter. That's how you do that. And let's read the disclaimer also. Next slide. There. Okay. Right. So next one, please. And in case you get offended by any of these things, can you go to the next slide? Are you running the show or? Who's running the slides? Next slide, please. Yeah. Right. So anytime you get offended, please walk up to the stage and we'll give you one shot. अगर आप खुश नहीं हुए तो फिर दोबारा try करेंगे. So trial round. First question. I'm speaking at the Social Media Week Mumbai because. I'm speaking at the Social Media Week Mumbai because. No. You just got to put the card down. Yeah, that's yours. Okay.
I don't have to necessarily use the card.
You have to use the card. If you're out of cards, you can pick one from there.
This might be easier.
Okay. So Sachin, we'll start with you. I think for the first round, you act as a dealer. You read the question and pick the first card, read the answer. Then again, read the question, pick the second card, read the answer.
So I'm speaking at social media.
You need to read the answer as well.
No. Sorry. I'm speaking at social media Mumbai because I want it trending. Budget hai 5,000. I read the next one also?
Yeah.
So I'm speaking at social media Mumbai because, oh my God, no one cares. YOLO. I'm speaking at social media week Mumbai because endorsing Flipkart by day and Snapdeal by night. I'm speaking at social media Mumbai because of Kanan Gill's dimples.
So which is the funny one? Let's pick the winner.
You want me to repeat? Dimples?
The dimples. Kanan Gill's dimples. That's PC. PC gets 2 shots, ladies and gentlemen. And let me do the honors.
I had no idea.
And everybody else does the first shot. Go for it, sir. है तो पिएंगे.
So he's got it. Oh, super. What is this?
Okay, so while the panelists, finish their shots, what we're also going to do is to bring some sanity into the panel. We're going to have an interaction about the industry practices, and that's what we're going to do after the next round. So let's start. Are you ready? Is everybody on the same page? You know what the game is, right? So round 1. Next slide, please. Influencer engagement is a hot topic because. You can always use cards from. Yeah, you give up and pick up. Why don't you just pick up? That doesn't matter. You can take 3, 4 if you want. Yeah. Go ahead. Influencer engagement is a hot topic because. Have you said? Yeah, sorry. Go for it.
Cool, I'm going to do this. Okay, influencer engagement is a hot topic because crime master Gogo's Gotia. Eloquent. Influencer engagement is a hot topic because I still have an account on Orkut. Thank you so much. Influencer engagement is a hot topic because Langar subscription by FBAI. Influencer engagement is a hot topic because your mouth writing checks your blog can't cash.
What's the verdict, people? What's the verdict? Orkut. Orkut
Yes!
is the winner.
Always.
Someone gets 2 shots. There you go.
This is the best afternoon ever.
Yeah. Why don't I help the others? हर बार नहीं तो आप funny नहीं रहोगे ना sir.
Why else have you come here?
So let's discuss about what makes influencer marketing a hot topic. PC, you've been doing this as an agency, right? So why is it that clients are picking up on influencer marketing these days?
I think I'll lose a lot of clients after I say this, but it looks good on a report card when you say, oh, we've got 5,000 tweets, or we trended number 1. I don't think a lot of people know why they are doing influencer marketing, honestly speaking. It's done because it's part of your KRA, because you have to get some trending done. I actually think the reason why people should do influencer engagement is if they honestly think that their brand or the campaign or the theme, the influencers can help actually influence audience behavior. If you can't influence audience behavior and only doing hashtag trending, then we are not doing influencer engagement right. And audience behavior can only change if your content by itself is very powerful. If it has something very solid to say, and not just some random hashtag like replace this with movie name. I mean, it does nothing for anybody. With movie tickets also. I think it's very important. It's going to become more and more important as we go along, because your paid and owned media can only reach so far. Influencer engagement, if done right, can earn a lot of street cred for the brand. If it is not done right, it's wallpaper. So it is a hot topic because I think a lot of us are doing it wrong, but it will continue and it will become a hotter topic because I think a lot of brands will start doing it right. Yeah, that's my 2 bits on this.
Let's talk to the brand, Sachin. Truly Madly. Why does Truly Madly think of doing?
Is it a hot topic?
No, why does Truly Madly think of doing?
No, but seriously, yeah, I think I can only talk about ourselves. See, we are a social brand, right? And for social brands, I think influencer marketing engagement is very, very important. So we can't expect to get, and we typically target only girls. We don't care so much about the guys. And for us, I think doing full page ads doesn't make any sense. That's not going to get girls onto the app. What gets girls onto the app is if someone tells them about it. If another girl, if their BFF tells them that, hey, we had a great experience on Truly Madly, that's what attracts girls to use our app. The second best is obviously people who they believe, the people who they trust, and those people, talking eloquently about, talking nicely about the brand, and that's what helps them. So it doesn't necessarily directly have to be an influencer telling them, hey, go ahead and download that. But even if there's engagement, they're tweeting about us, they're writing about us. We do a bunch of things where we have, smart young girls who are doing blogs, who are writing about their, love experiences, their relationship experiences, what to wear on a first date experiences, things like that. And I think that is what really influences girls, at least, to come on to our brand. So yeah, if you're a social brand, it makes a lot of sense for a social brand like ours to use influencer marketing.
Sounds good. Let's move to the next round and we'll come to the other panelists. Round 2. Trending on Twitter is like dash. Need more cards? Yeah. Trending on Twitter is like dash. Your turn, sir. Are you? My turn? Your card is not in, right? I haven't put. Whose card is it? Mine. Sorry, what?
Trending on Twitter is like Miss Malini's XOXO air kisses. Trending on Twitter is like stalking that cutie's social media in the name of boys browsing. Trending on Twitter is Jab Tum Chaho hashtag. Being endorsed by Kamal R. Khan as a 2 rupees person.
Is that the winner? Is he 1 or 2? Well,
I came here for the free
it always works.
If you look at Prashant's Facebook page, it's more a single malt drinker, but I guess he's
free, no?
Today
Free boost, you don't discriminate. Free, you don't discriminate. Oh, this is not a good idea.
It's not a good idea? I think it just gets you more money. So, Anag, I think we've discussed this many times, but what exactly does trending do? Does it help a brand in any way?
interesting question, and I go back to what, 9 or something, when we made a small cartoon and made it trend for 12 hours. The cartoon was anything remotely saying Pani Puri. It was a stupid attempt. We hit the algorithm, we changed it, we looked at a lot of instances why things trend. And today if you look at 156 in less than what, 14 minutes or 16 minutes, you will trend. That's what it has all come down to.
There's a formula.
Does it actually help a brand? Honestly, I don't know. A brand looks at it as a cheap way of going. A restaurant calls 12 people, 14 tweets each for 50,000 or less, it trends. Does it get business next day? Doubtful, because if it did get business, they would not shut down as often as they shut down in Bombay. So this entire thing about influencer does not relate to your cloud score. And as I don't know, I just read about the top 10 food bloggers of Bombay, whilst of the way here. Somebody had written, and they had written cloud score as CLOUT. If somebody doesn't even know that, I mean, how do you even justify the 10 listicle? But it's in fashion. Calling yourself an influencer is also in fashion. And this was the same question last year on this forum. I was asked, I said, to me in the city of Bombay, an influencer is a person without a tweet or something can get a taxi cab to go where he wants, call up his local theka and ensures they deliver when it's a dry day, ensure that 8 o'clock on a Friday evening, the Desi bar keeps a table reserved for him, and then before 11 o'clock, when the Mia Chacha is shutting down, ensures that the packet of keema and pav is ready. So that's what influencer is all about.
That's called living like a boss.
Yeah, so that's what influencer is about. No? Half of us don't even know where you can influence.
Right.
But it's okay. I mean, he has 5,000 followers. Okay. 10 rupees. What's the going rate, Prashant? 2.5 rupees or something.
Depends on who you're talking to.
Correct. Because I have spoken to everybody and my rate has never gone up beyond that 500 rupee Flipkart voucher for the last 5 years.
So how many agencies here in the audience? Show of hands. Agencies? Yeah. How many of your brand managers call you up and say, trend karwa do yaar? How many of them? Viral kara do kuch. Right.
Every brand manager will see this. KRA yaar, bichare.
KRA. Fantastic. Let's move to round 3. The most stellar campaigns on social media have often seen the use of dash. By the way, you can exchange cards amongst each other. If you think you have 2 cards which will make like ace responses, you could go to your next player. The most stellar campaigns on social media have often seen the use of.
The most stellar campaigns on social media have often seen the use of Sunny Leone's implants on a Pinterest board. The most stellar campaigns on social media have often seen the use of I Poonam Pandey's bra as a contest prize. The most stellar campaigns on social media have often seen the use of my reviews are authentic and unbiased, attached is my rate card. The most stellar campaigns on social media have often seen the use of using memes to express the loneliness of being single and unloved.
I think the vodka is working.
Either I'm reading the cards wrong or they're really funny.
So the winner, friends, what's
There's
the verdict?
Sunny Leon and Poonam Pandey. It's a tough one.
I think we have a tie between Sunny Leone and Poonam Pandey. So how many Poonam Pandey fans here?
Fans.
Okay. Damn.
Is that a question to?
Let me rephrase. How many for the Poonam Pandey card? That doesn't seem like a tie. Let's give it to Sunny Leone.
Sunny Leone.
Sachin.
Come on. Sachin, you just kept your last one back, right? एक और सर. Winner के लिए दो है. But coming to the more saner answer. So Sapan, what have been some of the interesting campaigns which you've been approached for by brands where they've used your clout and your content creation tactics?
I think being a comedian, any brand that's okay with taking a joke on itself is a fun campaign, because a lot of times people come and say, hey, there's this brand, like let's take whatever, Nike shoes for example. Can you say these shoes are awesome? And I'm saying that I'm a comedian, I put out funny tweets for a living. That's what I do, right? I put out, if you ask me to say these shoes are awesome, nobody will believe me. So you need to understand who's tweeting on your behalf, and you need to work with that. So any brand that is okay with taking a joke or doing jokes about it, that works for me. That's the best thing for me, because if I just say, hey, Nike shoes are awesome, I will be like, yeah, bana raha hai faltu ke. We know it's not happening, this bullshit. So I think that's.
But does it work when the agency brief also says, यार इसमें मेरा handle डालना?
No, agency brief is not इसमें मेरा handle डालना, फिर hashtag डालना, फिर website का link डालना, photo भी upload कर देना, YouTube का video भी डाल देना, Instagram handle. That's the out of 140 characters. Yeah, out of 140 characters, 132 is just the agency brief. That's what it is usually.
Right.
So
I think that's what makes it stellar, right? The brief.
I think I did one campaign with you for Truly Madly. Wow, this is like a.
Damn.
Like it's just come together right now, which was it's a date if and it's not a date if, something like that. Right? Wow, what is happening? I am not paid for this, guys. I'm just telling you, which was fun because it was just a fun campaign to just say something like.
Oh, you're saying good things about us. Can you repeat it?
No.
Come on. I thought you were trolling us.
But like something fun, because you're just saying it's a date and you're just making jokes about it. Just fun. Instead of saying, hey guys, use Truly Madly, I got sex from that. Come on, use this website right now. That's not a way to say it, right? So any brand that is cool with you being subtle and having fun for me works.
So Sachin and PC, I mean, talking about the same campaign, what made you, design the campaign that way? Brand ka naam nahi chahiye, no handle, hashtag also without the brand name. Who knows about Truly Madly when you're talking about it's a date? How does that work for you?
So I think the brief was about removing the taboo around dating, right? So everyone goes out and dates. People go to CCD, people go to Starbucks, people go all over the place, but nobody wants to call a date a date. So that's pretty much the single line brief that we gave the agency, that how do we overcome that? And the agency came back with, doing this over 2 days, running it like a contest. It's a date if, the guy asks me out or the guy pays the bill or whatever. So people came up with their own interpretations of that. And it's not a date if. Now that started trending. Over 2 days it trended in India, #1. It, I think trended worldwide at #2. But I think where we went a step ahead, which was really cool, and that was again completely, the agency's idea, where the winning tweets, we actually serialized them. And we, took 2 actors and we actually shot the, we shot the winning tweets, right? And that again went viral. So that was done impromptu. It was done over a weekend, and that really, again caught fire. So yeah, it was fairly well executed by the agency.
So Sachin, how are you measuring this as a brand? I mean, you got trended again, and there were so many tweets.
Yeah, I'll go back to what he said. I can measure a lot of stuff on Facebook. I can measure a lot of stuff on Instagram. On Twitter, for us, it's more about buzz. It's about staying relevant. It's about talking about stuff which is topical. Beyond that, if you ask me, hey, did you get installs, or did you see like a big spike in installs? Not at all. Yeah, Facebook, if I do something, yes, I do see a spike in installs. But then that's not the purpose of the medium. The purpose of the medium is engagement, right? So if you look at media, what that media is supposed to deliver, then you don't get disappointed. If you feel that, hey, Twitter is going to get me 100,000 installs over like 5 days, that's never going to happen. That is what Facebook is for. Maybe even Instagram is not meant for that, right? So I think, yeah.
As a counter question to you, I'm sure you would be selling and pitching engagement to a lot of brands. And a lot of these new age startups would question you, CPI क्या है? What's my CPA? What's my CPI? How many installs? Engagement तो ठीक है, but what's the real deal? So how do you tackle that?
I ask the client, what's your ROI? Don't ask the agency what the ROI is. You tell us what your ROI is, and then we'll probably design a campaign around that to deliver that ROI.
Okay.
Because if you ask an agency an ROI, we'll always come back to you with a creative campaign, which will deliver in terms of metrics which will measure the effect, the reach or the engagement of that campaign. Will that do something for your business or your brand? At this onset of the relationship, I don't know that. But if you tell me, for example, when we just started working with Sachin and Truly Madly, the mandate was never, Sachin never said, I want X million downloads of my app by end of this year or for this campaign. In fact, this whole, it's a dative, it's not a dative, was the start of a 5-month campaign process. So we said before the brand starts talking, we want people to talk. We want people to talk about dating. So we want, it's what you call querying the pitch for a brand to jump in. So we believe that a brand either participates in an existing conversation or starts a new conversation.
Right.
And we felt that dating as a conversation piece was not being spoken of. There is no point in the brand going and telling people this is what a date is and this is not what a date is. We wanted people to tell us. The bigger overview of this is that just a week after this campaign got over, we launched the new brand positioning for the brand.
Okay.
So we looked at the brand playing in the space between somebody being single and somebody just getting into a relationship. So there is no dictionary word for that in-between space in your relationship status when you are not single and you're not yet in a relationship. So we called it unsingle.
Okay.
So Truly Madly's call to action to people who are single is unsingle. So the brand proposition or the brand campaign, the tagline launched exactly a week or 10 days after that, it's a date, it's not a date, followed by, we said we wanted to give people a real chance for meeting each other. In India, there are no spaces for single people to meet.
Right.
So in June, there were 20 music gigs which are organized across 5 cities in India, and people were called from the app to come to these gigs. So if you showed your profile on the app, you got a free drink at the gig. Plus there were other games and engagement activities. And I think Sachin can sort of amplify on the numbers. I think we had about 1 lakh downloads organically during that month on the app, and those have proved to be more sticky. Because then came the Truly Madly Man Parade video, followed by the Truly Madly TV commercial. So it was a 4-5 month plan that we created at the beginning. And we said, this is how we want to see this campaign through. So most seller campaigns, social media have often the use of really solid strategy and really solid content. It needs to have a very simple call to action and one destination for you to, you need to figure out what is the end point. Trending can't be the end point.
Correct.
Trending has to be the means to an end. So in this case, the whole point of this, it's a dative, it's not a dative, campaign was to launch the brand positioning of unsingle.
Fantastic.
It has to be part of a larger communication, right? If it's done one-off, then the client is not serious, and then obviously neither is the agency, right? It has to be part of something bigger, then it works, then it comes together hopefully, and it gets amplified a lot.
Fantastic. Let's go to the next round. Brands ask for PPC campaigns because, but agencies still pitch for influencer campaigns because. For the uninitiated, PPC stands for pay-per-click campaigns. So here we're going to get 2 cards, and you got to keep your cards in order. So the first one, that's the bottom card, is for the first fill in blank, and the card on top will be for the second fill in blank. And you can still exchange or get new cards in case you're out of ideas. Brands ask for PPC campaigns because, but agencies still pitch for influencer campaigns because. Is this like a reality, agency folks? Do you still pitch a lot of influencer campaigns? Yes, no, maybe? Not really? PPC still rocks? No? You got to know from here. PPC versus influencer, what's hot in your circuit right now?
It's not versus, but it has its own positioning and it works for its own.
Okay, you got the cards? अब मैं बोलूँ, ठीक है. Okay, yeah. I think you planted this one. Brands ask for PPC campaigns because.
No, the other one. This is the first one.
Okay, this is the first one. Okay. Okay, brands ask for PPC campaigns because Kha Panchayat will fatwa your behinds. But agencies still pitch for influencer campaigns because get evangelized and LV talking about the perils of paid tweets. Okay. Brands ask for PPC. Sorry. Brands ask for PPC campaigns because I want a viral video. But agencies still pitch for influencer campaigns because we want free vouchers. Brands ask for PPC campaigns because making a video go viral, but agencies still pitch for influencer campaigns because you need to get a job so you can actually purchase clothes and not get them free like me. Complicated one. This is the first? Yeah. Brands ask for PPC campaigns because social media is for pussies. But agencies still pitch for influencer campaigns because negotiating with the line, "Khamand nahi hai, I'll do it for 5K per tweet." The winner, Sapan gets 2 shots. Yes, easy peasy. Yeah. Let's go for it. Bus. We need to get. Yeah, I think everybody needs a round of shots. This wasn't funny, you know. Ek ho jaye, sir. I think everybody is. Ek ho jaye. We should start. We all work really hard. Yeah. Yeah, you have to.
I think we read the white cards and then you adjust the black cards.
Yeah. Do that. Aisa. So I'll start with you, BC, for this one. So what's the agency, media plan mix like these days? Where does influencer marketing fit?
Well, there are two ways to look at, there are two instances rather when influencer campaigns work or are pitched. One, when we have nothing to say about the campaign, there's no real campaign idea.
Okay.
And we just want something to trend.
Right.
The second thing is when either the client doesn't have massive media budgets.
Right.
Okay. Or we want to seed a conversation seemingly organically. Okay. A PPC campaign increasingly on when we speak. I mean, my agency doesn't do media, but if you speak to a number of clients, they'll increasingly tell you that PPC is not really working.
Okay.
Because a pay-per-click is usually a banner or something like that. And what happens is when increasingly people are accessing the net from their mobile phones, in-app banners don't really work.
Correct.
We all know 60% or more of clicks on mobile banners is a mistake, by mistake actually. So PPC worked right at the beginning, before social media started. It's still very popularly used because a lot of the money is also controlled by media agencies,
Okay.
So that's PPC's bread and butter. And how else is a client going to spend media money today? Either you do it on pre-rolls or on PPCs. Increasingly, both are not really working.
Right.
Influencer campaigns, for me, work because where a client or a brand invests a good amount of money in creating content. Yeah, because, for me, the best example of this was a campaign I did 4 years back called Kolavari.
Correct.
Yeah, zero media money. It's India's largest viral campaign. It's about 100 million views today. It's a global case study. We did use influencers, but we didn't pay them at that point of time because at that point of time, people didn't believe in charging money for sharing a brand's content. It's become an industry now. So my belief has always been that if you have great content, you don't need too much media money to be spent behind it. If it's, spending money on PPC campaigns is like the same thinking which goes into television commercial advertising. You have a TVC and then you need to spend a truckload of money for people to see it enough number of times.
Correct.
But great content by itself can organically reach a lot of people. So the question is, a PPC campaign can get you clicks, but a great piece of content if sort of marketed very well using influencers, can get you a lot of shares.
Okay.
Media money can't get you shares.
So what percentage of the spend is influencer spend in the complete media?
Very little.
Which would mean?
1%.
0.5%.
0.5%.
And where do you see that going?
Where?
In terms of going lesser than 0.5%, increasing?
That would entirely depend on how the influencer the influencers grow by themselves. Right now, a lot of so-called influencers are not really influencers. As I said at the beginning, for me an influencer is somebody who can influence behavior, not get a hashtag to trend.
Right.
But that also means that brands and agencies have to evolve to that extent where I say, let me identify 5 people and build credibility over a year with them, rather than using 50 people every month and just get a hashtag to trend.
Right.
It's a difference in perspective. Does my agency not do typical influencer campaigns? We do, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to say no to business. But I've seen that campaigns which really use influencers well are not in the trending space. They are more in building content over a period of time. And that really works. One example is Be Beautiful by Unilever. They use influencers really, really well. They're all signed up bloggers over a 1-year period of time, and they've taught the bloggers how to create content. So Unilever no longer produces videos of these bloggers, the bloggers produce it themselves. So that's, you'll never see a trending campaign on a Be Beautiful. But it's a great example of how Unilever has built a very solid content platform using influencers.
It's interesting the point you made. Influencers are actually people who create content and they also distribute content on their own. Versus if you compare it with a television ad, you hire a production agency, then you hire some celebrities, and then you incur costs for that, and then you burn some media to show the ad. But here you're just hiring one guy and one person, and she does everything for you.
No, again, I mean, what Sachin has done with AIB, that Creep Kawali, it's also a great example. You never see the 4 guys from AIB in that video. But the credibility that they have helped get the video to a humongous number of views without one of them being present in the video.
My mind is to actually create influencers, right? I mean, how many natural influencers will there be? But the opportunity, like he's saying, you can actually create influencers. You give them the tools, you give them a brief, and let these guys become influencers for your brand, right? I think that's like really cool. And influencing is not about Twitter only, right? You can do blogs, there's a bunch of other things. You can do videos, you can do stuff on YouTube. When people think of influencer marketing, I think they naturally think of Twitter. I don't know, am I wrong there?
No, I think yesterday on the panel when we were talking, people were thinking of social media as Twitter.
Yeah.
Nikhil and Gaurav, and they were just talking about, I tweet and I ask them about social media. So I think Twitter is sort of taken away.
It's like Colgate, you said toothpaste and whatever. So I think it's not about, so you can really create influencers today by giving them the tools, by giving them a brief, by giving them the means. And that I think is the power really of what you can do on social media.
Sorry, one point, because I think it's very relevant. India has only 2 kinds of influencers, Bollywood and cricket. So far, at least before social media came in. The Western markets, for example, US, they are far more tolerant and welcoming of people with, of building celebrities or influencers across multiple segments.
You're forgetting the Babas.
No, Babas is now, Babas were not influencers on a mass scale. They have now become influencers because of social media. Okay. Social media has changed this whole definition of who an influencer is and how they influence, because it has given the space for people who are not Bollywood or not cricket to rise up to fame. So one of the clients that we handle is YouTube and Google. There's a new sort of initiative YouTube has launched called YouTube Creators.
Right.
Which they are in this process, what Sachin was talking about, of creating influencers and giving them the tools to become influencers by allowing them to create great content. End of the day, content is still going to rule. What that content is will keep changing from time to time. It was earlier the 5-minute film, now it's a 20-second video. Or it could be a meme, or it could be a GIF. But there is, I think social media has created or given an opportunity for a lot of people who were never able to express themselves, that stage to just create great content and put out. Jose, for example, television guy.
Correct.
Now, he's left MTV, right? He's no longer contracted to MTV. Look at each video and how much traction he gets. They're just like 10-second videos.
You got production freedom, the whole content.
Yeah, and he shoots with what, a regular camera. There's no lights, there's no makeup, nothing. I mean, that's really how you, social media has created really big influencers. This man next to me.
I have a follow-up question for you, but after the next round, round 5, actually after round 6. Pitching for the Airtel 4G girl campaign would be like dash. I think that's one of the most WhatsApped campaigns, I must say. You need more cards? pitching for the Airtel 4G girl campaign would be like? Why don't you go for it?
Pitching for the Airtel 4G girl campaign. Pitching for the Airtel 4G girl campaign would be like buying Maggie on Snapdeal and receiving Nirma detergent tikya. Pitching for the Airtel 4G girl campaign would be like asking her aur dikhao.
Aur dikhao.
Would be like hiring the Prime Minister as an influencer for Brook Bond tea.
Chai pe charcha, I guess.
Would be like the hot girl from Creep Kawali.
Maggie takes away the prize. Who's the Maggie card? PC. Kitne shot pe hoge, sir?
I need to call party hard drivers.
So interesting point about this campaign. I think it's one of the most trolled campaigns in current times. The kind of jokes that have been made on the campaign, the kind of so is that design or is that accident? What's your take? Is there an influencer play underlying where people are WhatsApping messages?
Something which goes viral like this, it has to be organic.
Is it good viral or is it the bad kind of viral?
Whatever we're talking about.
Right. Anak, what are your?
This reminds me of the logo change of Airtel.
Sorry. Yes.
I said the logo change of Airtel
right.
3 years ago. Except Twitter, nobody cared a shit about what the logo was. This is the same thing. People will, in the B and C towns, will change their plans for 4G, 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 still getting what edge or even lower than that. They don't understand the difference. It's all good.
It's all good. So WhatsApp has been used a lot for such campaigns. Are brands looking at using WhatsApp as a medium for engaging?
Yeah, they are. But it's difficult, right? I mean, it's dark social media.
You can't
track.
It, yeah.
The problem is that the minute you say, okay, it's okay if you don't track, then you get tempted to spam. There are lots of people out there who will send out 5,000 WhatsApp messages for like 10,000 rupees. Okay, it's very tempting to get into that mode, but it can really cheese people off if you're misusing WhatsApp, because unlike SMS, WhatsApp is a very personal thing. Yeah, I restrict the kind of people who I'm going to give access to send me or get in touch with me on WhatsApp. SMS is like your office landline. Everybody can call, everybody can message, and it's up to me. WhatsApp is like my personal cell phone number. I'm going to be very careful about what I allow in. Brands are trying it, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough getting into WhatsApp.
You have a point to add? Okay. That's good. Sorry. I don't use WhatsApp. You don't use WhatsApp? Perfect.
Lavin, we are running short of time. Last 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. I think that's the one I wanted to ask you a follow-on question for. Round 6. Rumor has it that Big Booker's favorite delicacy is dash stuffed with dash.
I don't know, he doesn't stay with me.
Sorry?
I said I wouldn't know because he doesn't stay with me.
We're talking about rumors.
Yeah, what?
You're taking the used ones? Okay. Go for it.
This is the last one, right?
She's got some extra to follow. Some food now. Sorry. No, go for it. That's your turn. Please do the
Okay,
honors.
you want to do this? This is only one card from you, Anand. One card? You need 2 cards. Okay, I'm going to start from this side. Rumor has it that Big Booker's favorite delicacy is that dude from the East India comedy. Stuffed with picture of Bloodshot Ink's manhood. Rumor has it that Big Booker's favorite delicacy is having a sense of humor equivalent to Sonam Kapoor's bra size. Okay. Stuffed with negotiating with line "Ghamand nahi hai, I'll do it for 5K per tweet." Okay. Rumor has it that Big Booker's favorite delicacy is Naina's fictional manager, stuffed with Gabbar Singh's adolescent beard. And this is yours. Rumor has it that Big Booker's favorite delicacy is the alpha male's mustache in Truly Madly's Man Parade. Wow, you're advertising yourself. Stuffed with Neelidin Mukesh, the three fictional dragons in Game of Thrones. I think the first one is a clear winner.
One. You need more shots? Do I?
These dual ones are damn complicated, man. Even like.
So, Anag, the question is for you. We're talking about influencers and what makes people influencers. Of course, you define that very eloquently and comprehensively. But in the food space, I think that's where the whole business started, right? Food bloggers, and I want free food, and I want the Mia Bhai to have my kebabs ready when I walk in, and they take it very seriously, the way you defined it, you know? Because just because I have a blog, and I take pictures, and I post about food, I want to get all those services that you described as a food blogger. Good, bad, ugly. What's your take on that?
I didn't say that the Miabai will treat you as a food blogger and give it to you free.
No, he'll have your thing ready, but
Yeah,
the
because
food
you pay.
bloggers have taken it one step further.
Yeah, because you pay for it.
Correct. No, they don't want to pay for it.
That's a debatable question, and I think we'll run out of a day's time if we debate on that. But having said that, see, food is a personal choice, and everybody is the easiest thing to hammer. You say this butter vada is good, 10 different people will say, you don't know anything, this is better. Okay? And then you have this listicles of youngsters who, publish it saying that Candies has the best samosa in town. Right? So Candies doesn't sell samosas.
Right.
So it's, honestly speaking, a lot of people know food, a lot of people write, but I think the angst is more about saying that if you are blogging, have the decency to at least use language, check your spellings, a bit of grammar, and don't repeat the photographs. Repeating the photographs tells a lot of intelligent people that you have been there once, but you are writing 6 blogs about it. Right? And then asking an agency to pay for all the 6. So it's a murky place right now as far as it's concerned. But honestly, from both sides, since I have been on both sides of the table, no restaurant is shut down because of a food blogger. Till they don't have that kind of power, nobody gives a shit. As simple as that.
I think foodie is the most abused term of, the last 5 years or whatever.
Yeah. So I've read a couple of blog posts from you as well about the way PR agencies and other agencies approach. What are some of the good, bad practices if you have to give a message that you got to approach a food blogger and invite him for an event? This is what you do, this is what you don't do.
See, the difference is, as Sapun said, do you want an Instagrammer, Twitter handle and all of that, and say, come host a table and do this and we'll give you free food? You will have more than 30,000 people willing to do it. Do you want to influence somebody about going there periodically with their own money again? It comes down to maybe 5,000. Then people who are not on Twitter, are not on social media, but would love to go and visit new places, then it drops down to less than 50. There cannot be more than 50 influencers in the city of Bombay who can manage that. Do hotels, restaurants invite this 50? No. It belongs to the funnel theory, Invite 5,000 is cheaper.
Got it. Thanks for the note. And I think since we're running out of time, can we take a couple of questions from the audience?
Just one question.
One question. Who's the lucky winner of this one question?
Lucky one question, that's all.
We have one lucky question going to the lady over here.
Hi, so I manage influencers myself, and from my experience, what I feel is that a lot of times that, agencies do not push their brands in explaining what exactly influencer marketing is. So in your experience, or do you recommend that agencies have set best practices and guide the brands, because what I've noticed is brands do not exactly know how to go about this, and they resort to just blindly follow the agency, and more often than not I've noticed other agencies just follow the herd, right? They don't know exactly what they're doing, and just because they have to checklist, they have a checklist and they have to tick off influencers or influencer marketing according to their dictionary, they just do it. So yeah,
So
what is
who
your
takes the onus of education is the question? Or
yeah, do you think that the agencies should take the onus of informing the brands in case they are clueless? Or, you know, because I have come across numerous brands in the past few years of my experience, they just wanted to trend, or the agency will come and say, I don't want this person is not an influencer, he does not have 10,000 followers. How can he be an influencer? To that I go back and argue and saying that you just do not look at their followers, right? Reach, relevance, resonance, these are the three main criteria or how I identify my people, right? So
how do we educate brands? How do agencies educate brands? But I think there's also a question that how do we educate the agencies first for them to talk sense to brands?
So if the brands don't get it, then that brand manager needs to be sacked.
Mike, thank you so much.
In this day and age, there's a brand manager or a marketing head or whatever who doesn't understand this, at least the basic tenets of how social media works, what's Twitter about, what to use Facebook for versus using Instagram, then he doesn't deserve an agency, doesn't deserve a job really. So, I mean, it's not the agency responsibility, it's not a
Yeah, completely agree with Sachin. At least the approach that we take is the client at all interested in learning and understanding more about influencers? If he's not, why waste your time? Okay? In an agency, time and manpower is very precious. We all know we are understaffed, more or less. How much time you spend educating a client depends on how much time the client wants to spend with you, not over a brief or not over a creative presentation, but just to say, hey, let's sit down and talk about what we should be doing in this space. That's a conversation I'd like to have. I can spend 4 hours in that conversation. That is when I would like to sit down with the client and say, why don't we look at this? Maybe you're wrong. Not every client is open to it. So you don't want to spend that much amount of time honestly educating every brand that you work with. There are some brands that you will spend time with because you know that there is something concrete that's going to come out. Work that the agency will be proud of, work the influencers will be proud of doing, and work that works for the brand. So you have to pick and choose your battles. You can't fight every battle.
yeah, but unless we make that one change, right, or unless we just resort to listening to the client, there's not going to be a major shift in how influencer marketing is shaping up in this country, right? It's just going to be, I'll pay you X amount, you trend it, and that's how it's going to be. It's been there since the past several years.
I run a brand behavior consultancy.
Sir.
I said I run a brand behavior consultancy, and we do workshops on explaining to brands what is influencer marketing and how much would you need to invest into do that. Because as an agency, when we go as an agency, we don't conduct workshops, and we have a simple philosophy, itne paise mein itna hi milega. But if you want to hire an agency and say, can you do a workshop for me? I'm sure they will be more than happy to, do a paid workshop any place for a brand.
Right, nice.
Super. Any closing remarks, Apan, Sachin? Pleasure. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had fun. And there are some shots, I think, which you can have after the session. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lavin.
For bearing us.
I request everyone to please be seated. Now next we have a session on making your content strategy work for your customer. So I'm sure if there are folks here from the agency crowd, you usually get a content brief, a creative brief from your brand. Now, this particular session is going to be hosted by Yellow Seed and is taken by Asif Ubadia, founder of Yellow Seed Content Solutions, and he's going to give you some insights on how to crack your content brief and get in and bring out quality content for your consumers. So, without further delay, let me welcome Asif to the stage.
Right. So first of all, can you guys hear me? No? Better? Oh, label mic. Thanks so much. Good evening. I am going to try for the next half an hour to just take you through a few quick tips. First of all, a big hi to everyone whom we met in the morning at the workshop. So I'm glad you guys are still around. Hey, we had a really fun workshop in the morning, and I'm hoping to sort of build onto that. But for people who've not been there, and the next half an hour is only going to be about a really quick dipstick into 4 or 5 pointers on what might make content work, your strategy work, and I'm going to try and keep it as direct as possible with a few minutes for question and answers, and with the overall objective that at the end of the next 30 minutes, we're at least able to pinpoint what not to do, if at all, because there's no real golden rule book that I can just pass on or ask you to download in the next, say 20 minutes or so. Right? So on that note, let's kick off. One of the first thoughts that come to mind when we talk about making content strategy work, and this comes from some amount of experience in handling client briefs primarily on the content bit. I mean, disclaimer, I'm not a social media expert, but what we do understand is how to develop content. And with that real basic thought in mind, we think that content requires thought. And when we say thought, and mentioned this earlier as well, that relevance as a word is stretched way too often in the context of building content. But when you talk about thought in content, I think it's about you making sure that you're not just relevant to an audience at a particular period of time, but you're also relevant to them over a period of time, consistently, while meeting brand objectives. No marketing strategy, no advertising strategy / content strategy will even work if it's not closely aligned to business objectives. I mean, I'm sure you heard a little bit about what clients are and how the kind of discussions that really happen, and I'm sure people from the agency would know this better. But more often than not, a lot of times the debate that starts with clients or with you even evolving a content strategy is, for how long do you even want to run it? Is this topical? Is this just the next 3 months? Is this something that you're building for a year? Is this something that you're actually aligning to your business objectives for over, say, a prolonged period of time? And that's the kind of thought that you need to put into before you even think about investing in media, or for that matter, even think about opening up a Facebook page. We all understand what organic reach is about today. And we also know that organic reach across social media platforms are dwindling, which means that Facebook's organic reach is about less than 1%, and which basically means that you're sharecropping and that you have to pay for almost every post that you want your own viewers to see. Not all, but most of them you've got to pay. I mean, sponsored posts drive a lot of engagement, and rather far more engagement than. To to kick off, I just thought we'll share a couple of quick pointers on, and if this works. Sorry about this. Thanks. We just thought that before we share what we have in mind with you, we just thought we'll share a quick one slider on data points. Everybody seems to be talking about data, but data is also contradictory in nature. If you look at the left-hand side, you will realize that 55% of visitors spend fewer than 15 seconds on your website. I mean, of course, this is research either from time.com or HubSpot, this entire slide. So it's publicly available information, just try to put it together. And if you go by research purely, look at the attention on a normal media page. It's spent below the fold, which means a lot of your customers are actually reading your content, but your banner ads are not really being seen that much. It's just something to think about. On an average, users read only half the information, but just because the content is shared doesn't mean it's been consumed. Think about your next video on Facebook's autoplay function. Yeah? If you've toyed with the function a bit, you will realize that you can start looking at a video, and it'll start playing at 0 volume. You've got to increase the volume yourself, but the minute you scroll down, it mutes itself, but sometimes the video continues. And you can have multiple videos running at one point. Now, your next video post, just think about what's happening to it when the user sees it. The entire journey about creating engagement and building traction, driving traffic, converting people into influencers, this entire thought rests on one thought and one thought only. Is that at the end of the day, is your user actually consuming the content that you're taking, or you're sharing, or that you're investing so heavily in? There are many brands in the last 5 years who have built their own online properties, who've gone out to own the content that they put out there. At the other end, there are brands who've not decided to do that, and they've gone purely on, say, the existing social media platforms. Right? What works better? Depends. Depends on where the client is, and what I mean by where the client is at what life stage the product is when it comes to you being a client, and how much you're really willing to invest as a brand in the process of you building a brand through content. We know of clients who have a 30-member internal content development team. And you must make you wonder, what on earth are they really doing? But the fact is that they're looking at it as an investment. They're looking at it from the perception, or from the perspective rather, of this being their intellectual capital for the years to come. You know, like you say, the internet never forgets. It's so true. Because at the end of the day, something that gets spoken about on the net today can be searched, researched, built a trend upon, and then of course used as a variable data point at any point of time for you to understand a certain trend. Content strategy is never too far from, say, the main advertising / brand strategy, or even a product or a promotion strategy that a brand wants to build. Yeah? On that thought, just thought we'll move on. Yeah, so while a lot of things are changing, okay, consumers changing, the way people are adapting to media is changing, the way people are absorbing the kind of content we're putting out there is changing. What is unlikely to change, and this is more of a personal opinion, but it's something that we really, really believe in, is the fact that there are 4 or 5 things that are not really going to change for a long time, even in today's scenario. You might say that by the time we speak, some new tool has come out and something else has been built to understand metrics, and this is not what the consumer really thinks. Great, because the consumer is evolving, right? They're consuming content much faster than you and I would ever imagine. By the time you've read, or by the time you've read the last tweet, you know how many tweets are already piling up for you. We live in that age today. There are some things that we think will not change. Those include the fact that the number one thing that we think might not change is that insights will continue to drive brands. those simple basic human truths that bind a brand to a consumer may not necessarily change. Because at the end of the day, it's the reason behind why I'm buying a product as opposed to how much of that product or whether I'm able to afford the product, because most of the times our purchase decisions are not rational. The other thing that will also possibly not change is core belief in influencers. Core belief about why you buy a product and who are the kind of people who might end up influencing my purchase cycle. Those are unlikely to change. If I'm targeting, say, a soap, or if I'm targeting the next B2B enterprise product, the people who will influence my decision as a client or as an end consumer, very unlikely to change. What you say to them over a period of time, yes, that will definitely change based on how the market's evolved, how competition reacts, so on and so forth. But who they are, and once you've identified who they are, all you need to do is be consistent and be at it. Then in terms of being timely, I think customer life cycle and core audience triggers are interrelated to what I've just mentioned here. But I think being timely is never going to change. What is relevant today for you for a brand may not necessarily be relevant for you, let's say even 6 months down the line. And therefore, when we see brands posting about the same stuff on Facebook and you posting the same stuff exactly the same way on, say, a Twitter, even a week later, or even on the same day sometimes, without having thought for the platform, that gets us thinking. Does this really make sense? You will hear this word relevance quite a bit, and I'm sure you already have, right? Just can I get an eye if you've heard the word relevance a lot? Great. So here's something interesting on the relevance bit. Right? 10th of October, BBC Hindi did a Google Hangout with Poonam Pandey. Please go to Poonam Pandey's Twitter feed, you will find the अगले आधे घंटे में पूनम पांडे के साथ Google Hangout कीजिए. BBC Hindi. And you might now wonder why. Like I said, it's while I'm sure BBC Hindi has its reasons, fact remains that was it really relevant for the BBC Hindi audience? And who do you think is possibly a direct or an indirect competitor to BBC Hindi in the Indian market? Aaj Tak, thank you. You said Aaj Tak. Anyone else? Any other name that comes to your mind? India TV, right? Do you think CNBC Awaaz could ever be a competitor? CNBC Awaaz? Hindi channel? Business news? Never, no? Yeah. What if you thought for a second that yeah, it could actually happen? Because at the end of the day, they are catering to someone who's willing to consume slightly intellectual content, which might just make business sense. BBC Hindi just doesn't do Poonam Pandey hangouts, they also do a lot of other stuff. But then it makes you wonder, in the name of relevance, what are we really doing? In the name of driving traffic to, let's say, your Twitter channel or X number of likes and X number of retweets, what's really happening out there? And therefore, does that even make sense? Okay. The other thing that we really did want to talk to you about was, and we thought we'll keep this short and simple considering the amount of time we have, but we just thought we live in a short content world, so to speak, but at the same time, the average amount of time spent on blogs today is about 7 minutes. I mean the good ones, yeah. So, which doesn't necessarily mean that people are only consuming content in a short format. It means that what really makes sense, people try and will read up on it. Yeah? What is important to you about buying your next bike, you might still spend 7 minutes on it, vis-a-vis someone who's still interested in understanding what they need to do as a mother to make sure that their child is well fed, from a nutrition angle, from a thought process angle, or even for that matter from what do I really need to do if I'm a first time mother. You'd possibly read a lot more than just believe a tweet or a short infographic on it. You'd want to go deeper, which brings us to the thought that people are going to, the amount of emotional involvement that a brand has with the customer, considering the life cycle that they're in, is what will make all the difference when it comes to creating real, tangible relevance, and not necessarily relevance in the name of, for the sake of the word. So we thought we'll just put down 5 quick tips, after which we'll take a quick Q&A. The first one is as follows. Whenever you're putting something out there, like I told you, the purchase decision or our reason for sharing something is not exactly rational. You get hooked onto a product because of how it makes you feel and not necessarily what the product really does for you. Look at it that way. You also need to understand when you're sharing content or when others share content that you share, is because they found some sort of a hook or a connect with it. It could be on a quirky platform. It could be on, and when I say at a quirky level, it could be at an emotional level, it could be at a fear, desire, or an aspirational level. But nevertheless, they've connected with that piece of whatever it is that you've put out there, GIF, meme, video, blog, smaller blog, whatever, micro blog, whatever it may be, they found that little certain connect that connects with them, and therefore they're sharing it. I'm of course not talking of the so-called influencers whom you can pay and sort of get to share your blog or talk about, but definitely the ones that do this organically. The next thing is feel free to recreate. A lot of times we get these questions like, hey listen, I have this great blog post, we've not done anything about it, we think it's really good content, we've done this a year ago, will this even work? We don't know. But the point is, nothing stops you from taking that same piece of blog content, converting that into say 5 small images, creating a picture blog out of it, or even a rotating GIF, or converting that same thing into a short Vimeo and putting it up on a different channel, because that's what people want to see. So even one single piece of content can actually be recrafted, recreated, and put onto separate platforms that might still end up having the same message. Where we're ending up with, and what we're talking about really, is not to do the same exact thing on different platforms. Vis-a-vis, play to the platform. And the next thought, of course, was feed the platform before you feed your brand objectives. I kind of shared this example in the morning as well, but one of India's leading banks is doing something really phenomenal on a platform like LinkedIn. They're actually helping young professionals understand how to do better at their jobs while ensuring that they never really push their product too hard. They're not talking about what my bank does for you. They're not talking about X% on their savings account. They're not even talking about what products they have. But what they're talking about is, how can you manage your boss better? How can you manage appraisals better? How do you manage your first day at work? What are some of the 5 things you need to know if you're managing office politics? What do you do if you're stuck with the kind of colleague that you don't want to be with? Yeah? These are real issues for real people in real jobs that a bank is trying to address. Are they talking about their product? No. Are they talking about what they might want to sell to them in the future? No. But what they are definitely talking about is, here's a problem in your life that I'm trying to solve. And that's what we mean by feed the platform. Before you feed your brand objectives. Because when I see that someone as complicated, if I may use that word, as a financial institution, is willing to go that extra mile to help me do my job better, I'm invariably building trust. And that's the one currency that we really don't have. There are models and models being built about how to build brand and brand efficacy and trying to build brand loyalty and life cycle management and loyalty programs and so on and so forth. But the fact is, it is those simple things that the customer really remembers. And when he or she downloads that infographic that you put out there and then shares it with another friend via WhatsApp, I think your amplification can not be measured. It's gone beyond what you would have even imagined. I think that's the trick when it comes to feeding the platform. Never really rehash the exact same post. So just for example, okay, if you had a really fun, quirky image of someone wearing a t-shirt in a creative. The least you could do is when you put that post on LinkedIn, make sure even the t-shirt design has at least a tie on it, even if it's still a t-shirt. Because the guys on LinkedIn don't want to see a guy in a t-shirt. Because your perception of anyone on LinkedIn is that I expect some level of professionalism when you come on the platform. And therefore you wouldn't really do that. But say you pushing content or you saying, okay, because we'll sponsor this post, it might just do great, doesn't happen. Even posts who do then get sponsored don't really deliver that kind of numbers, and we've seen that in the past. Oh yeah, being topical, you've heard this again, time and time again, right? But being topical is interlinked with all the three other points that I've told you. Being topical is you understanding that anything that goes viral, and here's the fact, okay? Nobody today whom I have met in the last 3 years has ever been able to answer the question, so what will go viral? We hear this from clients a lot, I want a viral post, boss. I want to make a viral video. I want to do something that 3 million people share. No, boss. Things go viral. When they go viral, no, you know. That's it. It's that tipping point. The max you can do is monitor trends and try and figure and come up with a very calculated guess as to what might go viral. Nothing is really viral till it actually goes viral. Yeah. I mean, who would have thought that Dub Smash would be such a hit? And that brands would end up using it. At the heart of it, what is it? It's you doing something really funny. Yeah? Something you don't really expect to do. I mean, I asked you if you didn't know about Dub Smash and I asked you to do something like that, your first reaction would be, no way, boss. I have an image to maintain. Yeah? But suddenly you have brands running contests around, you send us a Dub Smash video with our jingle in the background, and I don't know, we'll send you to Hawaii or something. God knows. Yeah? You never really know. So nothing really becomes a trend till it actually becomes a trend. Yeah? And the last point that we really wanted to share with you is that it's not about long format or short format content. Yeah? It's whether it's relevant and your user is up to it. Our studies show that great posts or well-written posts get the kind of traction you need at any given point of time. Just to throw a number, a blog that we managed to write, say about 10 days ago, has 70,000 shares. Now, does that mean that the blog was great? Or maybe it just made a lot of sense, or maybe we hit a pulse. When you have these office jokes around your boss, I think those are the things that get shared the most. Yeah, because everybody wants to take a pot shot at it. Yeah? Even if you can't do it directly, you would at least secretly do it and then, hide the post from someone very specific, possibly your bosses in your friends list. You never know. Yeah? But those are things that actually get shared. And it could be something as simple as that. Right? The trick here is to figure out why a customer really buys something and then build a very concrete story around it. We always ended with this one simple thought. Yeah? It's to ask the question why before you ask about ROI. Everybody talks about what is the ROI on my post. We'd like to ask a different question today. Why do you want to do this in the first place? As a brand, why do you want to be on Facebook? Why do you want to be on Twitter? Why? Because my closest competitor is there? Or is it because it actually makes sense? A lot of times we've heard clients say this, dude, I have to be on Twitter. You get someone to monitor Twitter 24/7. If they have a complaint, these are the standard answers you can give, and then we'll have a 24-hour SLA, and then we'll do this in so much TAT, and this will happen, and that will happen, and we'll send them a free gift, and make sure you go to their house and... Dude, if you want Twitter to be a complaint mechanism, by all means, call it so-and-so's complaint center. Don't call it the official India page of so-and-so, and then expect, boss, words of wisdom, totally happening, boss. So be very clear, and this is something I would request agency guys to also, we're an agency ourselves, so we tell this to clients all the time. But the fact is that most agencies are not able to even fight back to the point where saying, listen, why do you really want to be on Twitter? Does it even make sense? Your Facebook page has 500 likes. What on earth are you even doing there? It's like one person sees your post, possibly the guy who posts this himself. I don't think anybody is looking at what you're doing there. Why are you wasting your time, money and energy there? I mean, if you want to save money for a client, might as well do it that way, no? Yeah? So think about it. This is just a thought that, content strategy can, so we've known brands who've built groups with 300 people who are far more profitable than 1 million customers. When I say profitable means groups which give money, not the guys who randomly like you. Ultimately, that's what we look at, right? That's real ROI. Hence the question, ask why before ROI. At this point, I'm happy to take questions. And yeah, for about 16 odd minutes, so feel free to ask questions if you have any. And if I am able to answer them, I will, I promise. Less or more than 5 minutes. Okay, what sort of training do you do? I'm sorry, let me ask that question. You're a life coach trainer?
Coach.
Okay, so from a business perspective, can I answer the question from a business perspective rather than a content perspective? Right, if I was a life coach, I wouldn't be giving out all my content out really quick. I'd just be giving snippets of under 1 minute so that it's like the movie trailer that you'd like to give. If people like your movie trailer, they'll definitely hook up. It's that way, yeah? Who saw Prem Ratan Dhan Payo? There, got you. There. Okay. So I'm just saying, thanks. Yeah. I hope I made a point there. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't give out too much because you're a life coach and your real treasure is your actual time and the IP that you're creating through your content. So that's your business model, right? Simple answer, actually. Yeah, please. Like I said, I'll try and answer as many questions as possible. I'm coming to this side.
So when it comes to content, which form do you, recommend that somebody should really use to promote himself?
Okay, himself or herself? Like himself, like one individual?
Yeah, as an individual, if suppose you want to reach out to many, maybe as she said, in terms of doing training or if you want to
I do a mix of 2-3 things, but I definitely do something like, and if you're an individual who's possibly in the same area of business as say a training business, I definitely do a mix of 2 or 3 things. I'd possibly do a really quick short video, and not necessarily in this order. I'd definitely build a fair amount of SEO based, and I mean real SEO based content on a blog. It could be a microblog, it could be a picture blog, it could be anything, but it should possibly be on something that you own and where you can actually drive traffic and track it into a newsletter based. If you look at something like a Kissmetrics or a Contently, they do this really, really well. And the third thing I would definitely do is I would do a lot of meetups. Yeah, as an individual, it's not necessary or it's not enough rather to just be doing these 2 things to promote yourself. Because of the amount of information out there, you'll also need to do a lot of face-to-face interactions if you're an individual. Say go to networking events, follow up on those networking events, turn that into an online interaction, then take that offline and then convert. That is provided you're an individual, like I said, not like a brand. I'll take one question from this side before I come here. Is that okay? Yeah. Yes, anyone, yeah? Whoever. Decide. I'm good. Okay, shoot. Just shoot the question. Correct. Absolutely. You mean clients? Convincing clients about the need for content? So here's the thing. 2 things that you can really do for a client, okay, is you can share some really interesting statistics with them, like where is their current business coming from, and all this is readily available information on websites like KSA or even Google for that matter, where you can look up as to what's driving traffic today and where's the business coming from. If we go by what statistics say, 46% of your inquiries are going to come from search, and if that's going to be true, then you bloody well be there. Now, for you to be on search, you need to have something to talk about, and that's a start. So you might not do like 100 blogs, you might start with 5, but make 5 relevant. I think that's, you've hit the spot. So you need, it's not about how much content you create, but not creating it, I think, is no longer an option. Also, another way to talk to clients, and especially if they're completely averse to it, is that it's extremely cost effective. Far cheaper than they'll ever spend on any other medium. Any other medium. Yeah. So we are, okay, so we are running short of time, so I'm going to be able to take 2 questions, one from this side again, and the gentleman there who already has a mic, and then any other questions, I'm happy to take it offline. Yeah? So
I'll ask first if that's okay.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
So I run a company called Boardroom Comedy, which is into corporate comedy solutions. So, I mean, one hand you have the traditional medium that a lot of comedians use, whether it's Twitter or Facebook.
Correct.
And there's a certain audience that consumes corporate content. Now, my content's all of what's, midway in both of them.
Okay.
I'm the only guy who puts his jokes on LinkedIn. No other comedian does that.
Absolutely.
Now, my problem is often that which medium do I focus on? If I listen to what the comedy circuit tells me, everyone will say, okay, you need to put out YouTube videos, you need to work on your Twitter. But I'm not entirely convinced because our positioning is a little different. But I don't know what are the benchmarks, what are the references should I look at?
I'm going to give you a very, I'm going to give you a slightly confusing answer, and I know it's confusing because this is an answer that you will need to figure out based on your positioning. But let me just ask one more question before I answer that. Who's going to give you business? If you're focusing corporate, it's the HR guys who are going to give you business. It's the HR fraternity. It's someone in the HR/admin department who's actually responsible for managing, say, fun at work activities that's going to give you business. Just figure out where they are. On Facebook, instead of doing anything, just join a HR community group where you can talk about it. That will be far more relevant. So you're still on the platform, but you're making a lot of sense there, right? Even if you were on Facebook, I wouldn't say completely ignore it as a platform, but then I would rather say a Facebook group for you as opposed to anything else. Yeah. You could do short videos because clients, especially corporate clients, will ask you saying, can you share links of how funny you guys are? Okay, and that's going to be an obvious question. You could do really small 1-minute bites. You could even record one show and convert it into, say, 10 videos. Depends on how, again, and how many comedians and what's the kind of targeting that you're doing there. But you don't need to sort of, YouTube's not your primary channel. Yeah? Maybe you could build LinkedIn in-mails as a choice and then sort of seep that in. Because there people like to be approached before you can sell them something on LinkedIn. So maybe it's the way you're sharing it. Just look at it. I wouldn't say LinkedIn's a bad place to put it. Yeah? Makes sense. I mean, if I'm happy to answer that question a lot more in detail, if I understand what your true positioning is. Yeah? And one last question from this side. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hey, so we all know the importance of creating good content, but how much of the success of your content strategy depends on the quality of your content versus the amplification and strategies like link
building? Good mix of both. Okay, good mix of both. I think we're now talking about 2 sides of the same coin. It's like you buying a diamond and then putting it in the dark and never ever wearing it so that, yeah. And at the same time, you walking out thinking you have a diamond, but you're having something out of bronze is not going to really help you. To put it into perspective, having great content is as important as you being able to amplify it. What's the point of having a diamond, like I said, and then never showing it off? Yes, knowing which piece to actually share, I think that's the tricky one. And there you require a little bit of trial and error before you go full, all out. I think that's, if you can convince a client to do that or just that, it'll be great. Just like you test market a product, it's worth test marketing a content strategy. Taking quick feelers and then possibly rehashing it a bit. We've seen that works a lot better than just going all out and blasting it for a month and then figuring it out. I think you get your feelers in the first 3 or 4 days.
Thanks.
It's that quick. Nowadays, it's that quick. Right, on that note, Navita is giving me like these really cold stares right here. So I'm going to have to get my ass off the stage. I'm happy to answer any questions at any point of time if I have the competence. Thank you so much. Yeah, wonderful audience. Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you, Asif. I'm sorry we are running short of time, hence we need to cut short the questionnaires. If you have any questions for Asif, please tweet to Asif with hashtag SMW Mumbai. Thank you. Now, next we have a panel discussion which is hosted by @Factors PR. And this particular panel discussion is on digital influence, a changing paradigm. So for this particular panel discussion, let me invite you Mr. Hemant Morajkar, Group Head @Factors PR Social. Hemant, welcome to the hashtag Made of Great stage.
Hi, good evening, guys. We have a panel going on digital influence. I thought it's an interesting thing, and I'm sure throughout the week, more and more people will talk to you about content, influence, and strategy, and what all of this means put together. So let me quickly introduce the panelists, get them on board so that we can get this going. I'm sure you guys have been sitting through a lot of sessions put together, so we'll try and make it a little fun and interesting for you. So just to quickly introduce our panelists on board, starting with Zara Chaudhary. Zara leads Times Internet's video and content production unit. She is setting up a video unit in India Times. She co-founded The Wedding Filmer, it's a popular digital video company. The next panelist we have is Sameer Pittalwala, CEO of Culture Machine. Culture Machine is a digital video company which focuses on entertaining audiences on the internet. Then we have Viral Jani, head of TV syndication at Twitter. Viral essentially spearheads how audience engagement on Twitter works with TV channels, movie channels, and other content creators. And lastly, we have Nishad Ramchandran, Senior VP Digital Experience at Hansas Equity. So Nishad comes with a lot of experience in various kinds of medias in advertising and so on and so forth. He looks at data closely, and then how do we interpret it. So that's the panel that we have going for today. Just to start you off on the topic, just to share a bit of context. So the reason why we thought that we'll try and have a view on how influencer engagement and influencer marketing works. Now a lot has been spoken about ethics, and a lot has been spoken about what works and what doesn't in terms of paid or earned media, right? If you look at globally, what are the challenges that brands and marketers face? 75% of them struggle with identifying the right influencer for their brand. Most of them go with the idea of a person who talks a lot about a topic is most likely to be an influencer. But if you look at the idea of influence itself, whether it leads to any action, decision, or any point of call to action for the brand, whether it's for business or for communications, there's very little evidence that we see in terms of most programs that brands run today. The second challenge that people struggle with, again, quoting from a global research, is what should be the right approach in terms of content, what should be the right engagement tactics as far as content creation for niche audiences is concerned. And the third, the more and more I discuss this with people, I understand that measuring all of this in terms of how effective it is for businesses is something that most people after a point say, Pata nahi yaar, I don't know why I do this. Trend ho gaya, and that's the outcome that I wanted. We have Viral from Twitter to try and figure that out for us. The interesting part in the country now is this. In the next 12 months to 24 months, you will have a lot of new audiences connect to internet through smart devices. What I mean by that is predominantly what is an urban metro digital savvy audience today. Once connected to a tier 2, tier 3 town, you will have a first time user of social media, a first time user of the open web. Now we did some initial analysis about what does this person do, right? So what does a person from Lucknow, or how does he or she behave on Facebook? How their profile picture is distinct, how their Facebook posts are a lot more. So if I were to give you a sense, a tier 2 user is much more honest in his or her own content, while a metro user curates content on Facebook and Twitter. The language that we use today, while predominantly most analytical tools and classifiers and influencer engagement programs are run in English, while the language of the medium in India is English. And as more and more people create regional content, that complexity is only going to increase. So with this view, we thought we'll try and get a sense of how do publishers look at it, how does social media channels and content creators look at it, and from research if we can get an insight of how to do this a little more meaningfully. So just to open the discussion, I thought I'll open the dialogue with a very simple question. What do you think, or what do you think influence means in a digital age? And I'll lay it open for each one of you to go at it, and probably we can have then specific discussions on the topic. You want to start off? Samish?
I think influence is probably something which anyone who has a unique voice and is able to basically create engagement around that by eliciting reactions of substantial magnitude. I think if you're just screaming around in a vacuum with no sort of engagement, is something in which your voice has a direct correlation to other people listening to it and actually responding and having a reaction to it, and otherwise you just basically, and the magnitude of those reactions is probably a good sense of or a measure of how important your voice is.
I think in platforms like social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and so on and so forth have been able to gather communities and fan following for new emerging sort of stars who have become celebrities in their own right. And I think digital influence is something which is a phenomenon that we are seeing recently. It seems to be having it's almost like reaching certain cult level. A lot of these celebrities, so to say, have a say amongst that fan following, and it seems to be the stage that there is a lot of brands who want to reach out to their audiences, and there seems to be some sort of literally like a race that they basically are reaching out to them and trying to influence those followers through these influencers. So I feel that's basically the digital influence as a phenomenon is for me.
So I think the analogy really is about Doordarshan breaking into 500, 600 satellite channels. And then eventually now we have possibly 200-300 million people who can kind of become their own broadcast centers. I think the beauty of most influencers are that they don't have any agenda, so they're not trying to, at least the real influencers, they are not trying to kind of push any agenda in an aggressive way. They are authentic about what they believe in, and they are talking about those kind of things. And platforms like Twitter and Facebook really, and YouTube really kind of giving them the opportunity to kind of get their voices heard. I think that's really the genesis of influencers. And I think there are tools out there in the market that is helping us understand who these people with the highest sort of amplifications are, and going out and reaching out, using those people as a voice for a brand is really what influencer marketing really is all about.
Hi, good evening. So I'm probably going to tell you a little bit from the point of view of an influencer, because as a company that spoke a lot about films and stories of love and this and that, we had quite a substantial following. I genuinely believe that an influencer really is living in that space where there's a new and huge sense of power, because they've suddenly got this massive audience who think what they say matters. But there's also a huge sense of pressure, because it is that fickle and that easy to lose your credibility. And according to me at least, and for anybody who's trying to market something through an influencer, you've got to think of how this is affecting the credibility of that influencer. And only that more or less defines the price at which they're influencing their audience for you, the way the message will be put across, and how effective or not that will be.
I think more or less in terms of engaging and working with influencers, most brands today that I see, they work almost like they're buying media. They're not really working with people or influencers. They're buying space on timeline. They're buying space on YouTube channels and Facebook posts and blogs, while hoping that, okay, if I do get an access to a larger audience, probably they'll buy into my brand. Viral, for you, a lot of this in the industry, at least in India, that we see is on Twitter. Do you have a specific view on this, of this paid and unpaid one? Do you have a view on how, let's say, most of the people try and trend a lot of brand-oriented hashtags on Twitter, does it have any value in the long term?
I feel the way influential marketing is being panned out on Twitter specifically, I think there's a huge scope for improvement. The way brands are chasing a select few influencers and making them tweet the same things again and again, and in the hope that those brands or conversation over the brands will start trending on Twitter. First of all, getting a trending topic is not be all and end all of marketing, right? So it may be a good thing to mention in your presentation, internal presentation, and write on your CVs, but I don't think that's the be all and end all. The idea is to create sustainable, good conversations, right? And that can only happen once you have great content. If you have access to influencers, why don't you engage with them and let them create some interesting content? Because even the consumers, the users, end users are also getting smarter, and they can see through all of this. We have seen increasingly that brands who are using influencer marketing, they tend to attract following which is basically not sticky at all. And in the long run, it's not going to work. So I'll give you a classic example. And for example, we have done this campaign called Salute Selfie with Reliance on the 15th of August, where we engaged with the brand, which is Reliance. We also engaged with the influencers, a lot of influencers. And we basically, it started with Amitabh Bachchan, and then it followed by a lot of other Bollywood celebrities. We whitelisted those influential people for Reliance, and there was an ad campaign which was run on those the timelines of those influencers, and that got great traction for us in the next 3 days. And so basically getting the brand, the influencers and the platform on the same page, I think that's the best way to approach, rather than doing something on your own silo and just hoping that you'll get some trending topics. So that's the opinion that I have about it.
From a content point of view, and this either of you can take, so one, of course, you have a lot of alternate media and MCN networks, right? So Culture Machine is pretty popular, and I'm almost afraid to ask Samir if he thinks that being Indian is very influential in the youth segment or not. Probably I'll come to that. But do you think that content plays a larger role in influencing maybe what you're reading on an India Times or a Times of India tends to have a better weightage compared to maybe what you read on a blog or someone's Twitter handle?
I'd have to say, I think the internet has sort of democratized this space a lot. So what you were only fed through a print newspaper that came to you every morning is now you have all that much choice online. So it's not necessary in terms of credibility that one would pick a known publisher over a blog. Sometimes you do see bloggers have a lot more niche influence than a bigger publishing platform would have. Having said that, there is a certain power in numbers, and therefore, obviously, even a smaller message or brand idea or philosophy, when amplified with the sort of distribution platform like, say, an India Times has, it is that much more effective for a marketer, for sure.
I think it really comes down to what the messaging is, and that also, just to give you a sense, right, you have discovery mechanisms today like the Facebook timeline, or you have YouTube videos, or you have tweets, which basically allow any sort of messaging which has a particular target audience to be, delivered to that TG. Like, for example, if you have something to do with social change, in fact, a lot of stuff which is picked up today by the Times of India is purely out of internet culture. If you look at some of, like, recently the Profile for Peace campaign, which Ram Subramaniam actually initiated, that came onto the front page because it was something which originated by him on Facebook. Then we actually partnered with him to do a video which was a sort of a wrap up of that entire piece on YouTube. So I think it's almost like a tide which starts in one place and then reverberates across different media and platform. Just because it gets picked up by print doesn't mean that, in fact, it's almost old news when you see it in the newspaper in the morning, because you've already gone through and seen it directly emanate right onto your timeline, which you're a lot closer to, and there's a certain level of a stamp said, oh, it made it all the way to the papers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you discovered it in the papers. You probably discovered it a couple of hours earlier already. We have seen a lot of stuff which we have put up on, whether it's BI or any of our channels on Facebook or on YouTube, get picked up, and actually find its way onto television. Recently, I think that what we did with Aisi Tesi Democracy on Samne Wali Sarat Pe went all the way onto television and became a part of a panel. So I think influence, where it starts from, can be, the seed can be anywhere. Power of numbers matters to us as well, and that's the reason we are one of the largest networks out there. We do a lot more viewership than what traditional television channels do as an overall network, and are able to use that. So it's about marrying that with good quality programming and good quality, voices, people who actually can be relied on to be authentic voices, as opposed to a sort of a media conglomerate, just like, stuff, telling you what's important.
Do you see yourself in that role? So for example, one of the media research quoted in US, right, which is very popular with Jon Stewart's show, he's out of the show, The Daily Show, that almost an entire segment of audience got their news content out of The Daily Show for a while and believed that he was much more influential than Walter Cronkite at a point. Do you see yourself like with a platform like Being Indian to try to become one of those influential networks which shapes perception in the youth?
Yeah, for us, it's always been about being able to create media for the internet generation. We always think that these are, audiences who are incredibly smart. They are people who are quick, but it's, I think there is a difference between kind of entertaining them as opposed to just talking with them. There is a balance between being able to I think traditional media, the way it looks at it is that here is content and we're going to put it out there and you got to watch it, as opposed to making it feel like it's one of you who's really witty and funny, who's actually creating content, and also being able to do it in a country like India. It's not easy because it's not one country. It's many states, all of which have very, very different nuances. If you're doing something like in the South, it's very different. Within South, there's nothing called South, right? There is different states inside of that. And just like there's nothing called the North, the middle of India, there are various sort of permutation combinations to it. For us, it's the ability to create voices which matter as sort of water coolers for each one of these communities in various parts of it, and going for the larger masses within those particular niches, and hence the ability to have influence for us is the ability to develop muscle, to constantly create programming and content which resonates and matters to them on a day-to-day basis. Okay. Just like you would run a TV channel, except that you're running it with the same rigor, although you're not running it with the same schematic what you would with a broadcast.
Right, but I assume that your process of production would be somewhat similar, if not like...
A lot more agile, a lot more faster, and a lot less cheaper.
Fine. Let me get Nisha then. So from the way we see content and the way we look at identifying influencers, from a research or analysis point of view, do you have a view here? You have 3 platforms which can create and consume content in 3 different ways for probably somewhat similar audiences. Do you have a view?
So I think there are a few points that I wanted to just add to what Samir was talking. I was just standing outside and watching the screen over there, and most important tweet of the day or something like that was featuring over there, and it said social media week has started 10:40 in the morning. That was the most trending sort of tweet of the day. So in the context of what is happening at this point, it's totally worthless. In the morning, if I was trying to rush here and come here, but if I were to look at either the Jon Stewart show or the WWE on TV, and I see that there are 10 hashtags that are trending, and for me, it's very important as a fan of that Manchester United game, if there is a football game, and I'm missing it, and I'm on my computer, and Twitter is telling me that, hey man, you're missing that damn game, and you need to get there. So what is the context of something that is trending? What is the context of that influence? In a sense that, it's not dissing, one of the key sponsors of this program, but I don't know what a hashtag made of great is doing in the context of social media week, except the fact that it's being launched, around then, and it's being used as a media channel, but in the value that it's really generating. So I think one is to look at an influencer saying that, so-and-so is a big influencer and she's got whatever, 500,000 followers on Twitter. But is there another way of looking at it? So at Sequity, for instance, we run lots and lots of loyalty programs. And one of the things that we do, say for instance, is to actually, we have the APIs to cloud. And we run, say, all the data that we have about people through cloud to see who are the influencers within a loyalty program. So whether on Tata Sky, who are the top 100 cloud score guys? So anybody about a 70 score, can we go out and do something special for him? So it could be a sort of a rewards program that I run with influencers within my own network who are
using Tata Sky in a real-time sort of a way. They are experiencing the product, they enjoy the product, they're using it all the time, and how can I then use that? So data, using it very differently to kind of identify people and use that in a contextual way, which makes a lot of relevance to what you're doing, rather than to generically go and buy 4 tweets from some movie star or a cricketer.
Sure. Sure. And that makes sense, but let's say from a lot of brands and agency point of view, I can tell you that that's exactly what most people do. They would reach out to a platform. We have a few around. They'll reach out to a few friends who can connect them with another 40 or 50 of such, and bring that program together to deliver a certain impression number or a reach number. Just to get Zara in, because she comes from a storytelling background, most of what I hear. So of course there is this view on how analytics and data-driven engagement and content creation, so on and so forth, can lead to better ROIs for brands, but you do come from an art form of storytelling and creating unique content which connects with people. How different or how similar do you see as a process it works?
So let me tell you about a little example of something we did last year. British Airways were trying to do this flight to London program of just trying to bring in more people to buy tickets, really. And they came to this company that I also run, the Wedding Filmer, saying that let's try and do a contest where we reach out to people who have just been married or been married for 2 or 3 years, and we have a little script that an agency had given them where they wanted to take these people out on an all expense paid trip to London. Now, when you come to a platform that has a very niche wedding-based or marriage-based audience, it's a very clever thing they've done already, because they know that to run a contest within that space automatically creates very genuine conversation for them, as versus somebody saying, oh, let's go buy this or let's go to London. This is about, hey, you know what, my cousin and my uncle and my aunt fit this bill, they fit this story, let's get them to enter this contest. So the contest itself becomes such a bigger platform for conversation for that brand. And finally, when the actual viral, sort of the video that went viral and kind of came out and did really well for them, and this was for Valentine's Day, what I found really clever about their approach as a brand was that they had identified not a star, celebrity, or even a platform like a Twitter or an Instagram or whatever. They'd come to Facebook. Out of the millions of pages that have to do with love and weddings and romance and all of that, they picked somebody who they knew had enough credibility to say that, listen, give your story to us and we will treat it with respect, we will treat it with a humane approach. This is not going to become an advertisement, this is not going to be in any way intrusive or insensitive. And what came out was a very beautiful story by the end of it, would actually create a certain brand perception for British Airways. It obviously made absolute stars out of 2 very real Indian people who had no idea and no aspiration to be on TV or on the internet. And obviously it reached out to people on a very, very human level. So I think when you can understand how stories and how content work for people in a very visceral sense, is when you will really be able to tap into influencers.
All right, it's nice to hear good about British Airways. Lately they're pissed off God, basically. So Viral, you work with Twitter and TV syndication. Now, I don't know how many of us really understand how news bundling and content bundling for different kinds of programming works and how it can work as a cross-channel platform for influencing an audience. Do you want to talk a little bit more about it?
So Twitter and TV, since the time Twitter has launched almost 10 years back now, we've seen that TV shows are one of the most talked about phenomenons or activities on Twitter. And it wasn't envisaged by us that way, but it just happened that, a lot of TV viewers just thought that they wanted to interact with the TV shows or with the fellow audiences on Twitter, and there is a lot of chatter that we saw that's happening. And then slowly we as a platform have encouraged more and more TV networks to use the platform, and that's where people like me come in, and basically my job is to inspire partners to bring in great content on our platform from the TV channels, right? And going forward, I think video being one of the key focus areas for us, and for TV channels, video being the core product. I think that's a great partnership that we have hand in hand going together. So we see a lot of innovative stuff happening around TV channels, especially reality shows, TV big events like entertainment events like Oscars or Emmy Awards. In India, we have reality shows like Big Boss, Naj Palliye, they do very fantastically well. News shows, again, they use the platform very well, and there is a whole host of things which happen between, there's an interplay between the TV screen and the Twitter screen, right? There's a lot of hashtag-based conversations, live videos being tweeted out. So all of that is a great win-win for us. I think we are probably the best friend that a TV channel has in terms of a social media. So yeah.
And do you see either of those two content networks as logical partners in what you're trying to do as far as digital content video content is concerned? Because that's pretty much what it would be. So since you're integrating a lot of videos and news programming and content programming.
So yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we are also seeing as interestingly that globally digital creators is emerging as a very interesting vertical for us. We are seeing digital creators like Culture Machine. They have a whole host of digital creators under them. They are using the platform very well. And once that has an interplay with a TV or a traditional media like TV channels, that tends to create a far bigger amplification, and it works very well for brands again. So the kind of conversations that you can create, that a lot of brands have kind of tapped into that, and that creates a good influencer marketing kind of a campaign, vis-a-vis just going like standalone in silo of either a TV channel or a digital influencers.
Sameer, you do a lot of niche content. You do a lot of content which is targeted at youth, targeted at different geographies and regions. Now, one of the things that we realize is that probably the analytical models today are not very well equipped to deal with regional and language oriented data, and how do you then make sense and try to serve that to an audience which consumes regional language content on the internet or mobile? How do you see this trend progress from a brand and a consumer point of view?
See, inherently, if you look at what your analogy was of basically Doordarshan basically splitting and then becoming cable, 500 cable channels, and then 500 cable channels splitting and becoming millions of channels. The fundamental promise of the internet is infinite bandwidth. On television, there is only this much of bandwidth in the head end, and hence you have only 300 television channels or 350, and then you have more. And the reason there are not enough coming along is because of the fact there's a bandwidth constraint on distribution. If you look at the history of broadcasting in this country, initially it came in and it was predominantly, in fact, in Star and Z, Star Plus used to be an English channel.
Right.
And then it became Hindi, and now today if you look at larger broadcasters like Z, there's Z Bangla, Tamil, Telugu, Oriya, Gujarati, Punjabi, because, fundamentally you need to be aggregating audiences of a certain interest group or a demographic group, which you're then reselling to advertisers, saying that here is I've got a clutch of eyeballs and hence this is what I'm going to be able to deliver to you. The problem with that is on the internet it fragments even further. There is, it's very, very hard for a human brain to become suddenly an expert in beauty and then the next moment flip and become an expert in news and then flip and become an expert in technology. And if you look at it, creativity fundamentally is a computational process. You take different data sets, you basically are able to marry that and you're able to come up with a creative idea. The insight which you get saying, okay, if I'm going to be doing something around female audiences for, Diwali, I'm going to be able to kind of marry that with some sort of emotion. You're actually using different insights in order to come back with a creative take. And then obviously there's the whole execution of it. But the ingredients which you're using in order to make those decisions are essentially data. How you actually compute that. So what we have is a technology platform which we call Intelligence Machine, which actually today, Twitter is a data partner for us.
Okay.
We have another large social media company which we will not name, which is also doing interesting work with us. And then we have YouTube, which is a large data partner with us. 99% of all of YouTube's data pipes in the country from India are consumed by Culture Machine. Okay. So we take all of that and then we basically are able to find out what formats of programming work. So if we say within beauty, what kind of content is working well within a particular demographic of 18 to 35-year-old female audiences, what are the formats which work well with them and what are the trends within that? and we can actually switch within any genre and do that. That doesn't actually take out the romantic notion of the creator, because actually all it's doing is informing them with a better instinct and informing their gut, so that they can cook a better dish for their audience. So what we find is that it's a fundamental way to scale, because inherently you can't just toss a whole bunch of money against the wall and say, okay, I'm going to create content and hope it sticks. You need to be really targeting that particular demographic with a rigor, which only comes through the ability to understand data. It's what television also does. When you're programming your day part, you're understanding data to understand why you should be doing that for that particular TG, and then making content decisions and creative decisions using that as an input. I think fundamentally, if you're doing any other way, creating content in any other manner, you can probably do it at what you're good at, but you want people to do it at a broad, scalable level. And that's why the name Culture Machine. It's the ability to create use machine to actually create culture. The machine is the technology, the culture is, well, the human part.
Before I move to Q&A from the audience, Nishad, if we were to give out 3 key takeaways to how do you identify an influencer which works for you, how do you then create the right kind of method to engage them, and how do you measure? What would typically that look like from an ideal structure or a data analytics point of view?
I think if you were to look at influencers, there are these tactical influencers that we typically see, suddenly you've kind of given out some money to somebody to tweet out and there's a price that you pay for it kind of thing. Suppose we were to look at analogy that is very kind of pertinent in our company is really around the CRM sort of analogy. And we were to say there's an ERM program, it's an influencer relationship program. So suppose we were to then, set up a system whereby I kind of say that this is a long-term 2, 3, 4 year project where I'm going to engage with specific individuals who do specific, and I think earlier in the afternoon I heard somebody talk about Be Beautiful and what Unilever is doing there. In terms of we used to manage the backend for them, the whole analytics part is something that we do. And what we really identify there is who are the people who are coming there, on the platform, are they registered and how often are they coming? So we are able to then score these individuals on the content they are consuming, content they are producing, the conversations that they are having on the platform and stuff like that. So technology and analytics and all of that and data is able to actually give you that kind of sort of handle. Currently it's not like what Samir was talking about, it's not like chucking a lot of money on the wall, but really about getting more and more nuanced as the market matures for content, for influencer marketing. It is really about now starting to see those finer and finer grained sort of layers that start to peel off, and that's really what it's really moving into.
Basically, don't throw all of that money randomly.
Yeah, and have a plan.
Just give it. Fair. I'll give it over to the audience in case you guys have any questions for the panel. We're happy to take questions before we break. Can someone? Okay, wait. Let me do this.
Hi. So how do you measure the success of an influencer marketing activity or a program? So what is success according to you and how do you measure it?
I think the problem really with that question is, have you set a metric to measure before you actually went about doing it? I mean, in a sense to say, I want my sort of hashtag to trend. And if you therefore have got a trend, whether in India, whether in Bombay, whether globally, and if that's been agreed upon very early with the agency or the partner you're working with, then you've achieved what you went out to achieve. So in that sense, what have you gone out to achieve in terms of as part of the program? Once you do that, then it's pretty straightforward.
So my question was not particularly attuned to the trending bit, but the overall campaign, if it's not...
So probably 3 buckets which are good: reach, engagement and advocacy. Reach is number 1 is from a media perspective, have you done, if you have created communication, has it got viewed, has it got watched? Being viewed or something, I'm using video terminologies, but you could probably just replace that with any other proxy. Has it reached the audience? The second one is, has it made enough of an emotional impact that they engage with it? Did they like, did they comment, did they dislike it, or did they subscribe or follow the channel? And the last is advocacy. Did you make enough of an emotional impact that they did not just engage with it, but they actually put their social graph and their reputation on the line in order to share it? So that's like sort of the ladder, right? Reach is the basic, they're just consumers. They've actually seen it, but you don't know whether it has made an impact or not. The second ladder on top is, or second rung on the ladder is, has it made enough of an emotional impact that they've taken some action against it? And the last is become so, it's affected them enough that they've used their own being to rebroadcast that message, and that would be advocacy.
Yeah, just to elaborate further on that, I totally agree with you, but the problem is there's no specific tool, or how do you evaluate this, right?
Many of them out there in the market which are available, just not in terms of just, depends on the platform specific ones. So if you're looking at mostly text based or image based ones, there's a plethora of tools. If you're looking at video, there's again quite a few out there which are able to measure this. So there are technology tools which are there in the market which allow you to track this and in some manner are all about these three sort of pillars anyway.
Thank you.
I think it just goes beyond digital platform measurement. I think it should also be viewed from the opinion that how is it impacting brands offline, right? How are their opinions being changed in the consumer's mind? It's not a T20 game. It's a test match. So it's about creating a long-term impact rather than just looking at like 1 day or 2 days impact.
Anyone else who has a question for the panel? I can't see that side, so we have been self-explanatory well enough. No? All right.
Thank you.
Any closing remarks from you guys on how do we try and make sense out of this whole digital influencer marketing, content, all of this? So in case you have any closing remarks, we can close the panel off. Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. I hope this was interesting for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before we enter into the next panel, may I request you to move forward because there are a lot of empty seats in the front, and I think it will be better for you also to talk and interact with the speakers if you move forward. Thank you so much. So, before we enter into the next session, again, quick announcement. I request everyone to please interact with the AR zone and tweet your picture with Messi and win exciting goodies by Tata Motors #MadeOfGreat. And also, please do join us for the initiative to bring road safety awareness in Mumbai. With #MySafetyMyLife. Please tweet your pledges on how you want to, what is your pledge to be safe on the road, and how you are going to inspire your colleagues, your friends in taking an initiative like this. So, our next panel is up, and the next session for the day is the state of content marketing in India. Who's doing it right, and how is it impacting? This particular session is hosted by Ogilvy, and we have 5 panelists lined up for this. We have Malay Dikshit, Chief Communication Officer, Tata Sky Limited, Bhavesh Somaya, Head of Luxury Business, Diageo United Spirits, Ashish Sahani, Head of Digital Marketing, Tata Motors, George Kovur, Senior Creative Director, Ogilvy One Worldwide, and the session will be moderated by Karthik Srinivasan, National Lead Social at Ogilvy. So while we set the stage, give us a couple of minutes time while we set the stage for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Just waiting for one more panelist. He's gone for a smoke. He's trying to reduce his lifespan.
That'll do very well. He'll speak much better, more proficiently. Alcohol helps, always.
Where's the one that you have to take a selfie with last year?
That's there. That's there. Huh? So there, it's a nice lot, very nice lot. Just an entrance itself.
Tweet that.
Pretty nice. All are doing it. Everybody's doing it. Quite a few. Yesterday, this guy did it. I think it was Anant Rangasamy did it. He took a photo and posted it on Facebook.
Let's talk to him.
So now that we have the required quorum on the stage, I'll probably start now. I probably apologize for three things. One, obviously the delay. Second, we don't have a stand-up comedian in the panel. Third, we don't have a food blogger in the panel. So with that said, you can decide whether you want to sit through this without a food blogger and stand-up comedian. It's up to you. So we're going to talk about, you want to say something?
I'm a food blogger.
You're a food blogger. Okay, we have a food blogger, but we still don't have a stand-up comedian.
I like dal khichdi a lot.
Yeah, see, he's a fantastic food blogger, very credible also. He's like dal khichdi. But we still don't have a stand-up comedian, so apologies for that. We're going to talk about content marketing here first. And to talk about content marketing, I have three people from the agency and one person from the brand. It was meant to be 3 people from the brand and 2 people from the agency, but it got completely skewed for some weird reason. Now we got only 1 person from the brand and 3 people from the agency. I know it's very weird, but we will make it as entertaining as possible. So one guy is from the creative side of things at Ogilvy, that's George. Then there's Ashish from the digital side of things, who heads digital marketing for Tata Motors. Then there is Prashant, of course, you know, he is a food blogger who likes dal khichdi. He also happens to head iContract, so he is also from the agency, and I am here who heads social for Ogilvy in India. So from a content marketing perspective, before asking this more evolved people, I will ask somebody to answer that question. How do you define content marketing? Anybody? I'm sure you would have done the research before coming to this social media week for 5 days. Anybody? Okay, don't define content marketing. What is content marketing in your own words? Anybody at all? Yes, please.
That'll do.
Please give him some vodka. He deserves some vodka. Okay, how do you define content marketing from traditional advertising? No vodka for you. Fair enough. I think you got the point right. So the basic crux of it, obviously you will have multiple opinions if you ask many people. The basic point of difference is sell instead of tell. Sell is pure advertising. Tell is content marketing. You tell over a period of time, convince people saying why this product and the area that the product operates in is good, as against advertising, which is very pointed in selling one product specifically. Sell versus tell. That's the basic difference. Now let me ask these people as to why should brands even consider content marketing when there is far more easier ways to do things on traditional advertising, TV, print, and everything is there. Why should you even consider content marketing in the first place?
Okay, the answer was partly answered by you when you said sell and tell. So I think television is more selling and, you know, creating products and imagery, whereas social media is more about, you know, making friends, seeing a more human side of the brand and making, you know, relationships rather. So that I think engaging and making a relationship is always a longer bond that you create in social media and a continuous bond that you create in social media, which may or may not be possible on television.
What he doesn't tell is that TV is also very, very expensive compared to social media. That's why you can't keep telling people on TV, but you can sell people on TV, but you can tell on social media. Yes? Okay, but television is actually a appointment-based task. People actually have predisposed time saying, मैं 9:30 से 10:30 तक ये TV show देखूंगा. But social media is on and off. So you're probably not getting the right attention span on social media. But on TV and print, everything is appointment-based. Because in the morning when you're actually having a coffee, you think, okay, I need to read newspaper for 10 minutes. It's just ingrained in your brain. Social media is all through the day. So it will be very difficult to get that kind of focused attention span. Now I'm doing pitching for Ogilvy, but still. Anyway, you, brand.
So I have 2 points out here. One is a little data driven, the other is more, you can say, academic. So if you see content marketing, what it does, it fulfills basic human nature for more information. That's one. Second point which is of importance is, if you see, if you go back in 2010, right? In 2010, 1/3 of your consumer were having smartphones. And on an average, they were looking at only 5.4 information sources were available. And back now in 2012, as we reached, now the half of the consumers they are on mobile, that has increased to 10.4. So what it means is, to add up to this, So there was a study that was done by Connected Commerce, Digitas, LBI that they did, where they said that 89% of Indians, they research, they come online for information before they, buy a product, right? And out of that, 51% of Indians, they come to social media before they're doing a purchase. Now that is a very important point that drives, what does this mean? That it means simply that content marketing fulfills your information need. And that's what is very important. And for a brand, it is very essential. And the last thing is that it has longevity, right? So that is something which is going to stay. Now, if you see any website that you take today, you see your paid traffic, what is the time on site that is there, and you look at organic traffic, what is the time on site. 110% I can tell you that organic traffic is going to take a huge leap in time on site than your paid. And organic takes good amount of time. I'm sure there will be SEO specialists who would be sitting out here. While they take so much of time, there is so much of pressure that we build in, but that is how it is.
Okay, he makes a very valid point. The last time that you were trying to buy a mobile phone or a car and etc., what actually decided your shortlist? Your shortlist would have been decided by the top 10 results that you get on Google. And when you actually type that brand name plus some positive or negative keywords, and you saw 3 results back to back which said something negative, you literally dropped it from your shortlist. I know it's very unfair to the brand manager who is trying hell and earth to make sure at least you go to the store and try to experience the product, but you just drop it via 3 negative opinions on Google results, 10 results. Obviously, you won't go beyond 10. It will just end at 10 anyway. And you see 3 and then you say, oh, it looks like many people are saying bad things about this product, but it's just 3 by the way. And you don't know who they are. They're complete strangers by the way, and you make decisions based on that. We'll ask Prashant about why should even brands consider content marketing in the first place?
I'd actually like to ask, why should brands consider content in the first place? Forget content marketing. If we go back to the pre-social media days, brands had only one concern. Is how do I put my message out there? And often for mass brands, the medium was television. With social media, what has happened is that, so if people had a point of view about your brand or about the TVC that you're putting out, they had no way of communicating it to other people, their friends or people who might be interested, or to the brand team. Brand teams were anonymous. Brands were anonymous by themselves.
It was actually called word of mouth.
Yeah, it was called word of mouth, right? All brands used to have a postal address. If you have complaints, write back to us. A lot of people never bothered. A lot of people, yes, bothered. Nobody knows how many people wrote and how many people the brand responded to. Those are the simpler, easier days of brand building. The marketing team was in charge and completely in control of building the brand, ensuring that there is a certain reputation, perception, they would manage that.
And full control of all messages, every single message.
They were the creators, custodians, marketers of those messages. Once social media came in, the strange thing happened. 2 things shifted from a brand's perspective. One was what you define as brand loyalty, because brands had started, for whatever reason initially, they started creating content. So when you talk about loyalty, are you going to measure loyalty based on people buying your product? Or is there a measure for loyalty of your content? And then there are 4 kinds of consumers which started happening. People who buy your product, people who don't buy your product, people who watch your content, people who don't watch your content. However, what has happened, all 4 of them have a point of view. All 4 of them now have a platform to express that point of view. I don't really care whether I like your brand or don't like a brand. I have a point of view about what you're doing and what you're saying. So today for me, advertising is what a brand wants people to believe that it is. Content is how it is going to ensure that people believe what advertising claims to be. Content for me is everyday stuff. All of us who work in digital agencies know we put out 2, 4, 6 Facebook posts, 6 tweets, 2 Instagram, whatever. This is behavior on a daily basis. If I'm sitting here and saying, I'm somebody who's very open to having conversations with people I don't know, and I walk out there and I'm having a cup of coffee and 3 people come and want to talk to me and I'm like, I'm busy, I don't want to talk to you. I'm not being true to what I've been saying I am. Content for me is behavior of the brand on an everyday basis, and that is the basis on which people will believe your advertising claim or not believe. Content marketing therefore becomes important because then I'll ask myself 3 questions. Who am I as a brand? What do I do? And why should you care? So if I can define all 3 questions and I identify these are the people I want to believe, who I want to believe that this is what I'm saying, and I need to start creating a relationship with them. The only way for me to do it is by constant dialogue and conversation, which is where content comes in. So what happens usually is that we create fantastic content, but then we do a machine gun approach to content marketing. You just spray it everywhere. I have seen beauty videos, and I'm somebody who watches a lot of YouTube late in the night about warships and tanks, and I love all those things. And I've seen pre-rolls of beauty videos. So content marketing has to be about, first question, why am I creating this content? Who am I creating it for? What is the response I expect from them? So right now we focus a lot on the creative or the art aspect of content creation. We don't focus enough on the science aspect of marketing. So for me, why should brands focus on content marketing? Because it determines whether your target audience believes who you claim to be, or they don't believe it. So
makes perfect sense. Actually, he actually went from the pre-internet days. He actually started talking about pre-internet days. Maybe hota tha content marketing, but it was more pointed. It was just selling content. Now the interesting point is, since they have given their opinion, I probably need to give my opinion too. The point is, when you do a Google search or when you go to social, because everybody's talking about social, it's not just social, it's also digital. When you do Google, it's not social at all. Google probably sucks in social, and Google Plus is where you can hide dead bodies in. Nobody finds that there. So when you do a Google search for anything, you get 2 kinds of opinions. One, from the brand itself, what the brand wants to talk about itself. 2, from people who have experienced the brand in some way. If there is more of the latter, what people say about the brand, and very limited about the brand itself, what it talks, and it's just sales push, you would think that this brand is just putting brochures online, why should I even consider? It needs to have a more human voice, talk like what people are talking about it, and then convince people. That's the reason for content marketing in my view and experience. Now we'll go to the actual examples. Any example that you think is inspirational enough for people to go and Google in the first 10 results, not after the 10 results, that you think is good enough as a content marketing? In India, abroad, anywhere at all?
Well, in India, I don't think there are very many examples of brands that do it very consistently. There are bursts. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So there are bursts, occasional bursts here and there, and few and far between. But internationally, I think there are plenty of examples. One of the earliest examples, and I'd like to give that as a personal example, was in 1995 or so, the 5 BMW films made by Fallon McElligott, and this is tribute to Pat Fallon, who died 2 days back. I think that was the beginning of branded content, I think. And I think which other product or automobile or anything thought of approaching advertising in a way, in such a long format, going to Hollywood filmmakers, spending that kind of money, and creating 5 pieces of work that sold BMW like nothing else. And I think that was the first time, all records, internet being broken and all of those terms weren't even being born. But that broke all the records. And I think very, very few brands or very, very few pieces of work have even come close to that. So, and that was my earliest piece of inspiration in terms of longest format films and stuff like that. Other brands that do it really well internationally is Coke, that has completely turned their vending machine into a conversational piece. And they really, every year or twice a year or thrice a year, you can get great content around their vending machine, which is completely intrinsic to the product, and great stories that come out of just the vending machine itself, whether it's the Valentine's Day thing where the vending machine recognizes that there are 2 people passing and gives you a ticket thing, or the James Bond and the vending machine in the London station, which was again fantastic. Red Bull and alcohol brands do a great job because, wherever there is a dark market and you can't really use the traditional media, necessity is the mother of invention. So these guys push the envelope and come up with great stuff. So Budweiser is really pushing the envelope in terms of branded content and social content. So these are some of the examples that really, I know on a consistent basis and in terms of brands that I admire. In India, in terms of pieces of work that really stand out from my point of view was the Google reunion film last year was a great piece that won a lot of fans and friends for Google as if they needed any. So the second one was that I can think of is the British Airways film for the last year's Valentine's Day, where they had this offer where they flew down the sun to meet the mom. That was another great.
Even though I think Sachin Tendulkar did fantastic content marketing for British Airways, I think last week.
That too. So on the Valentine's Day they flew a couple to London.
Yes.
So that was a great, nice film.
I think one of the examples that you mentioned was Red Bull, which is quite interesting because they don't do anything specifically online. They do everything offline, make it into a video, and it goes all over the place.
So that's it. I mean, there are no boundaries defined in content, right? It can be anywhere. It can be, we are creating content right now.
The interesting thing is that they don't sell Red Bull explicitly at all. It is just the ethos around Red Bull. That's what's being sold.
And that itself, if you follow Red Bull regularly, you probably learn social media. Because they completely set the rules. And they're not talking about themselves. They're not talking about a product or any feature or anything. It's just a lifestyle. It's just great adrenaline pumping films that I have shared. And I think Prashant said about, why should we care? Why should we share? Red Bull answers all of those questions.
And same with Coke, because everything is around happiness. Happiness is their central theme.
Absolutely.
Just one point here. I have a slight disagreement about Red Bull being a great example of content marketing. See, Red Bull's ambition is not to be the biggest seller of energy drinks in the world. Their ambition is actually to be a $1 billion media house. Okay? They are not a brand which does content marketing or branded content. They are a brand which is a content brand. Coke, I agree. Coke wants to sell more bottles of Coke. That's why they create content. Red Bull doesn't want to sell more cans of Red Bull. They want to be one of the world's largest media brands. Every Red Bull country in the world has got a mandate, apart from amount of sales, they have a mandate saying every year you have to contribute X hours of programming footage to the Red Bull Media House content pool, which then goes across Red Bull TV across the world. That is the reason why they spend so much money on content, because they're a media house. They are not on the site they sell. So for them, the can is what is the product, and what they create is the philosophy of the brand coming alive. When it says gives you wings, you can't have a greater example than some crazy guy jumping off from the edge of space. Nothing gives you wings more than that. There can't be a demonstration more than that. So, great example, but Red Bull's business model is different. Not every brand can switch and say, now I'm in the business of creating content. So,
how about you, Ashish?
So, I come from Tata Motors, obviously. So one of the brands that you would simply love now out here, if I ask, is Nano. Right? If you see the kind of content that Nano has created, Nano Drive with MTV, I think none of us out here will disagree to that. Right? And that's from our in-house. And recently, so what is content? At the end of the day, while you're producing it, it's very important to do something called amplification and personalization. Okay? You have seen all the big cars, they would have, not in India, but abroad, they would have done where they call the customers to see their car roll out. But in India, I don't think so anyone has done that. And Nano was the first brand in India to do that. And, I would like to showcase to you a small video that we did with VJ Jose. When we called 25 of our esteemed customers to the Sanand plant, it's like a dream come true for them. So that's the kind of, content power that we created, in-house, and people simply loved it. So can you please play?
Hello everybody, my name is Jose and I am so lucky to be one of the chosen ones right here at the Tata Motors plant Sanand in Ahmedabad. Now this place is a state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities where nanos actually get made. And the chosen ones are here with us. I'm so lucky to be one of them. These lucky people are going to get to see their cars made live here at the plant, and we're going to roll these cars out to their owners. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity and it's never ever been done before like this on these premises. So this is really special.
It is truly awesome and this was a one of a kind, unique experience. Thank you so much Tata Motors. I love you guys.
Now, to me, just a minute, just adding one small takeaway. To me, the most interesting takeaway here is they could have done a really simple, take your customers to the plant, show them the car and come back. Now, I would like to give a personal example that I showcase many times. Somebody like Anand Mahindra, who's got 2 million plus followers on Twitter, is probably the most followed CEO. He recently met Elon Musk. And he actually posted a photo, tweeted a photo of saying, Elon Musk kind of stuff. Now he's Anand Mahindra, 2 million plus followers. He can say, I had lunch with Elon Musk. And the whole of the nation will troll him, saying, when are you going to launch the next electric version of Scorpio or whatever it is. But he actually took extra time and effort to craft the tweet. Does anybody know what he tweeted when he actually posted the photo with Elon Musk? Anybody? You know, of course. No, you can't say that. I've shared that with you already. So he actually said, before this guy came along, people remembered Musk as a fruit or a deo or a perfume or something like that. That's what he did. So he took extra pains to make it humorous and intelligent with two meanings that people could go, hey, that's smart kind of stuff. That's exactly what these guys did. They could have done a plain vanilla video with 25 families going to the plant, but they actually got Vijay Jose to add that fun element to it so that people who are his fans already will also watch it even if they are not fans of Tata Motors. That's when they get some subtle branding in the place. They watch it for Jose. Oh, Tata is doing it. That's nice to do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely correct. Karthik, what he said is, see, one is the branded content, right? You would have seen this is a branded content. But you see the fun element, because today what people see, why do you go to Scoop Poop? Why do you listen to AIB? Because that's the fun that you are looking at. That's the kind of content which was not available earlier, which is now, and you simply love it. No one misses it today, what AIB does or Scoop Poop of the world does. So that's what the thought came in. Now, the other thing which I, as an example, I'll come to my personal ones that I like. Before that, what George mentioned was that the age is of the integration. Content marketing is not about just one-sided, which is digital or which is completely BTL. It is how you create it and you can cross-promote it at the either side. So I'm sure everyone out here must have seen left, right, center, everywhere. It is messy out here, right? So I just want to take this opportunity to show you one of the BTL campaigns that we did very recently. And it was nothing about Tata Motors. It is about just messy, right? And people, they came on their own and we just captured it. And that content just went viral. Can we just play it?
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting video.
Yeah.
Lionel Messi is something for me which is a god.
Messi is legendary in football.
He's a very good footballer. We love you, Messi.
Namaste Messi. We love you. Namaste Messi. Namaste Messi. Namaste Messi.
So if you see, it's very simple. I mean, at the end of the day, nowhere we pushed as a brand that, hey, it is Tata Motors, Tata Motors. It's in a very subtle way, and people simply loved it. And that is what we have done out here with on your left-hand side with the AR. It is simple. People love to taking, selfies. And that's what people love it. That is what. And on a personal basis, what I love, honestly, is Oreo. I simply love the way they have created a content, So I remember it was the longest day of the year, and what they came out with the creative was, a stretched packet of Oreo. And they come up with multiple such examples, And Indian, if you talk about Amul, I simply love their, content piece which is there. It is amazing. I mean, topical it is there, and it is for some kind of a social cause. They're not pushy. I don't see them anywhere else, but still I'm sure whenever they come up with a new, you see it in their outdoor, you will not forget to take a pic and tweet about it. So yeah.
No, interestingly, the video that you showed was not the one that I said it's good, because there's one more video that they released, which is actually really behind the scenes of the Messi campaign, which involved, I think, 5 or 6 agencies as to how the agency is prepared. Of course, that's more like an in-agency joke that we like it. Maybe outside the agency, people may not really like it. I'll ask Prashant for one great example of content marketing that he thinks that people should Google and find out more about.
Can you go to the YouTube app on your phone and type "why this" in the search bar? Why space this? What's the first result which comes up? Correct? It's a 4-year-old campaign. Okay, till last year, if you just typed "why," you would still get that result. Now you type "why this." Ashish was talking about the fact that content lives for long, right? Truly great branded content lives for long. Kolavari is a fantastic example of it. Again, I'd said this, why should I do it? Who am I doing it for? And how am I doing it? A lot of people, disclosure here, Kolavari was a campaign that I was involved with 4 years back when I was working in another agency. The brief was not to, the brief that we got, and I can publicly talk about it now, it's been a long time. The brief we got was not to make the video viral. At 2:30 in the morning, we got a panic call from the client saying, we have a great song, somebody's stolen it from the studio, the master track, they've copied it, and they have released a video on Facebook. Okay, can you take it down? Because there are very big people involved in this video. There is Rajnikant's daughter, his son-in-law, Kamal Hassan's daughter. So he said, listen, if it's stolen and you don't know who's stolen it, you can't take it down. So they said, what do we do? This was a 2:30 a.m. conversation. There was no strategy, planning, time and all that. And for me, Kolavari therefore is a great example of crisis management and how content can help manage a crisis. So the only thing we told them was that if there's a video out there that you can't take off, then create another video that you can make bigger than that. Okay? This happened on the 13th night, early morning, November 2011. It's about 4 years now. So we said, do 2 things. One, try and see if you can shoot a video, a quick video, whatever the video is, but where this soundtrack features. And 2, because people in the office were working late, and somebody had actually clicked on this video and watched it, and we were all headbanging to it. None of us knew what the song meant. And that's when the client saw that somebody from the agency had actually liked it. So they said, yaar, tumne bhi like kar diya, which means that it's, people are watching it, and that's when the phone call came. So what we told them was do 2 things, shoot a video, any video featuring this song, and 2, try and put English lyrics in the song. So if you look at it, there are millions of Tamil songs which are released, and thousands of them by this particular client, which is Sony Music. None of them have lyrics. None of them have English lyrics. They all, however, have a download caller ringtone, this thing, because that's a business model. That's why music companies release music videos. That's how they make money. They don't make money out of selling cassettes and CDs. Nobody makes money out of that. They make money out of caller ringtones. They make money out of pre-roll ads on YouTube. Okay? So we said, just do these 2 things. 14th or 15th, they shot the video, sent it to us around 16th evening. We uploaded the video. So after this, a lot of people came and asked me, so what the hell did you guys do? It was such a great song. You just have going around telling people that you guys did this campaign. My question was, great content needs great marketing to be discovered. Okay, the song just didn't pop into your cell phone or on your computer screen one fine day because of a miracle of God. When we put that video up on YouTube, we must have sent out at least 1,000 emails, okay, to friends, family, school friends, relatives, anybody we could think of, saying, please watch this video. That was one. Second, we created a hashtag called Why This Kolavari, which nobody understood what it was. And we started creating funny conversations around it. We didn't want to ride on Rajnikant's son-in-law, Rajnikant's daughter, Kamal Hassan's daughter. That would have been a Tamil Nadu specific campaign. Rest of India wouldn't have had any appeal.
Are you sure? You're talking about Rajnikant here.
Rajnikant was not in the video. If he was, then you didn't need to market it. I mean, he's the only guy who's sort of resistant to any sort of marketing. So then we started having this, putting out this funny tweets saying, you didn't speak to me for 3 days, why this Kolavari, and then the YouTube link. My boss didn't give me a raise, why this Kolavari and the YouTube link. The thing is, when people start seeing this, and we were like 30, 40 of us tweeting for 2 days continuously. Without pause, we were tweeting with funny lines like this. Natural curiosity, right? We set ourselves a goal saying, we just want people to click on that link. After that, we were sure the song would take over because it was such a catchy track. So then it just, first 3 days is what I would call content marketing. The rest of it is what I would call viral. Okay, the first we realized that this had become big was because somebody sent us a link of some Japanese guys doing aerobics to this song in Tokyo. Okay, this was 3 days after the song was put out. Then somebody tweeted from the US saying the FM radio station in Texas, in some small town in Texas, was playing this song on radio. The Indian media had not yet discovered this song, by the way. The rest of the world had discovered it. That is when, on day 5, Indian media discovered this song, because by then the PR machinery had kicked in, because we realized we had a monster on our hands. Because at that time, YouTube was saying 1 million video views happens in the course of 1 month. We had done 1 million video views in about 7 hours. Okay, zero media spend on this. Purely organic content seeding.
Strong content.
Yeah, and then it just went nuts, right? I mean, it just went completely nuts after that. Time magazine declared it the video of the year. CNN called it the #1 YouTube video of the year, and a lot of careers got made. A lot of people made money, not the agency, but a lot of people made money on this. So what was the objective? The objective was help us diffuse a crisis. This was a money-making objective, right? At the end of the day, there's a lot of money made. And by the way, today, about 15 days into this campaign, Sony Music declared the song public property. So anybody can use this song. Because it just had become people's song. And Kolavari D has become a phrase which is used till today. The Chennai traffic police ran a anti-rage traffic campaign called Kolavari D. It just became everyday language, everyday this thing. So sorry for the slightly long-winded explanation, but I've been trying to get this off my chest for 4 years. So.
The interesting takeaway from what he just said is, given that he started strategizing for the viral video at 2:30 a.m. when he was woken up, viral, like the actual flu viral, just happens. You can't manufacture it. It's what my takeaway is. Okay, finally, most important question. What is the dash of content marketing? ROI, I mean. ROI of content marketing. The client will answer first because his KRAs depend on this. Okay, let's not call it ROI. That's a bad word like food blogger. I'll just say, what do you want from content marketing? What do you expect from content marketing?
So, see, my view is that ROI, yes, definitely that we do any investments, ROI has to be looked into. But content marketing is more about discipline. Content marketing is basically, if you see, you need to define the audience in the middle and, put across what he's basically looking at it. And there are 5 S is normally that people look at, when they are doing content marketing, which is like, it has to be searchable, it has to be shareable, it has to have definitely its uniqueness, which is there, it has to be supportive, right? And it has to make sense to the people who are reading it. Now, different people have different ways to look into the ROI, right? If you go through the calendar, right, of content marketing, what they will say, you measure it through blogs, how many visits came, how many time on site that has come in. So those are the kind of ROIs that everyone makes it. But my view is that please have relevance of information, the key factor before you derive return on investment. What is it that you are looking at it? Right? This will be more like I'm not trying to get into in terms of directly coming to your question, Karthik, but
no,
this is where...
Ask, what do you want from content?
Yeah.
Simple.
And the other thing is that it's a long term, like what Prashant mentioned, that collaboratively today also people are talking about it. I mean, that's what is content marketing all about. It is not about just getting 1 million views in whatever time, but today also we are talking about it, sitting out here. That means it has done its job. That means it has the scale to it. And that is why we say that one advice that, internally also we look at and we give outside also, that don't jump into, too early to the campaign. That, okay, this ROI is not making sense. Because content marketing is not about paid marketing or about traditional marketing or TV marketing. No, you have to see a long but objective and understanding the need of the customer, right? If I today see auto, what is auto struggling? So auto has basically 4 levels, which starts with awareness, with consideration, with evaluation, with post-purchase. Now, if you bring that if you plan it out, that what is it at each stage that a consumer is looking into?
What kind of information?
What kind of information do they want? And basis this, you design your strategy.
The interesting thing is that if the brand doesn't give that information, there are millions of people willing to give that information.
Absolutely.
So the brand better come into the play and say something about itself.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, since he's a creative person, I'm going to ask a question and then ask the ROI question. He spoke about longevity as being very important in content marketing. For instance, would you say that the Absolute bottles, you've seen Absolute bottles, they can make a plain bottle with their address in the back and saying Absolute. But it's actually a collector's item, literally every bottle that you buy, vodka, hope people are above 18 here. Vodka bottles, Absolute bottle, every bottle that you see looks beautiful, man. Is it an example of content marketing in any way?
Absolutely. So,
absolutely, you said.
Absolutely. So, I was going to, if you were going to ask me that question about ROI and my interpretation of ROI
closer.
In a completely creative manner, I would have answered that question without numbers, graphs or infographics. Try to understand the return of investment that a brand can look forward to in social media is an emotional connect. It's a lifelong friendship. For me, I have a very simplistic view of social media, and when I'm looking to create stuff, I look at the word social. What is the word social? Just look at it in the dictionary. It's about, if you look at social as an adjective, you say this guy is a social person. What does that mean? He's a friendly guy. You want to hang out with that guy. That's what you want a brand to be, right? That's the ultimate goal for any brand.
And it's really difficult for brands to be friendly with people. Exactly.
You can't
particularly a brand which actually wakes you up in the night and saying 50% cashback.
Absolutely. And if you make friends, and everyone here, for me, social online completely mirrors social offline. Yeah, you hang out with friends, you call your friends every day, you want to know what they are doing, you want to stay in touch, all of those things. And if a brand can bring that kind of relationships, that's all any brand can dream of. Yeah? And if you're winning friends, you're winning customers.
That's what matters. Yeah, I will ask you a more pointed question. How do you convince clients to actually sign up for the budget that you want them to pay for to actually create a campaign around content marketing or to create content for a content marketing exercise? On what basis do they sign the check?
How does it fit in strategically into the overall business goals of the brand? And demonstrating how the content, whether it's a platform or it's a series of videos, it's a blog, whatever the content platform is, how does it, influence perception, audience perception, consumer perception? How does that lead to purchase behavior? And therefore, what impact does it have on the business? Okay, I'll give you an example. The paint brand that we handle, they came to us and said, we want you to start a decor blog for us. A decor blog. We said, so I want to advertise your paint in this. So no. It's a long-term strategy. We want to become a decor brand in 3 to 4 years. We want to start now. So we want to become one of the big reference points for decor in India, because they said apart from paint, people have started investing a lot in the small little knickknacks at home. So I said, are you going to then say that, pictures when we, on the blog, we show, for example, a vase or a piece of sofa furniture? People, if they ask saying, where can I buy this? What do you want us to reply? They said, provide links to where they can potentially buy chairs like this, if not exactly the same chairs.
Which is not sold by the brand also.
The brand is a paint
Very
brand.
interesting. Okay.
The brand is a paint brand. The ROI currently is, the short-term ROI is how many people are coming to the site, the standard metrics, amount of time spent and all that. In 3 years' time, if I look at it as a longer-term strategy, it will be about how much has this blog influenced people's perception of the paint brand being a decor brand.
So it says that the paint brand helped me find these items, so I should think more positively about the paint brand.
No, the paint brand helps me make my house look more beautiful. Whether I find those items or not find those items, it is inspiring me to make my house look more beautiful.
Right.
So, and I think that's a 4-year, and this is a brand which is not the biggest digital brand in India, but look at the business clarity. They're saying 4 saal baad we will become a decor, we want to become a decor brand, so they might get into furniture, they might get into whatever stuff, but we want to start the journey now. So it's a great example. Obviously not every brand will have that kind of a business model or a strategic perspective on content, but you have to ask yourself for any kind of, whether it's a 2-month campaign, 1-year campaign, 1-month campaign, what is the impact this has on the brand? I might get 1 million views. What does it translate into? If 1 million views for the same piece of content or whatever, if it was a 2-minute film or 30-second video, I can get more than that on television, correct? One of my favorite examples is from the 1920s and 1930s, before television actually became popular, when the only medium for families to enjoy was radio, right? Tobacco brands. They had posters, they had print ads, but how do they influence, and at that time there was no political incorrectness about tobacco advertising. They used to rope in people like Frank Sinatra, some of the greatest stand-up comics, storytellers, and they used to do half-an-hour radio programs, okay? Their entire program used to be conceptualized and produced by these tobacco brands. In the middle of it, there wasn't an advertisement or radio spot. Sinatra or a lot of famous people, they used to themselves talk about the tobacco brand. Obviously, you are not seeing people smoke cigarette, but what it made people understand was people who smoke cigarettes make for very interesting conversations. They're very entertaining. So there was a romance built around smoking. And there are so many great examples like this, but for me, ROI has to be audience behavior impact and business impact. Ideally, that's where I would then tell the client, invest 50 lakhs in this, which, I mean, by the way, we just convinced a client to spend that much money on a long-term platform. It took us a year. It took us 1 year. Multiple presentations, convincing them. It's not easy. In this market, it's not easy, but there is a way out. You can always, you have to show them the strategic value of investing.
Now that we have impressed upon this young, impressionable audience about absolute drinking and smoking, I'll just take questions. Yes. Yes, please.
Yes. Oh, yes, it is. It's a bad word. No, see, I like the definition, that tell versus sell. Now, it is good that Tata brand and many big brands can separate this out, and they can focus on longevity and this. Where does this close down for other organizations? Because they may not
like
have
what? Like which brand or which category?
Yeah.
Or do
That's
you
what
have
I
in
want to
mind?
understand, that where this merges actually. See, for example, let's say if I'm a blogger, I'm just taking one example. So for me, a food blogger or whatever, I'm daily doing something, mainly to earn something and bread butter. That's my bread butter. So I'm using the content marketing directly to sell myself. Absolutely. So how does this, where this line gets divided actually?
Anybody wants to take that question? I mean, he's actually looking at himself as a brand, as a blogging brand, and you're asking, saying, how does content marketing help you as a brand?
No. See, for example, larger organizations separate out these two terms actually. True. That, okay, there's one department who is just telling and there's another department who is just selling. At what organization level, size, this should be separated out.
Why do you need to separate it? That's my point actually. You don't need to separate it at all. It's one and all.
No, for example, many organizations would put a ROI label for selling, right? Like for example, he's trying to convince, no, you have to have that friends, relation. That's what is the aim of content marketing. Right. But all organizations cannot focus on that. Yeah, that's the thing. But they will connect that to sales actually.
Yes.
So at what size of the medium that, okay, let's say it's a 1 million organization or 2 million organization or this type of organization, they should separate out this.
I don't think there is any size
So
restrictions
I
like that at all.
that question about making friends and, you know, linking it to sales. I know a lot of, selling digital ideas to clients is one of the toughest things you can ever do, because it's straight away, it's exactly what you said. How do I make money? How many products do I sell? All of these things. What's the return of investment? I give you an example of Nike Fuel Band. Are you selling shoes? Are you selling a lifestyle? If you sell a lifestyle, are you not selling shoes? Coke does storytelling around the vending machine. Is it completely linked to buying the product? See, all of these things are great ways of connecting with people. So I think you can link the two in some ways. There are connections that we can make, and you can still tell great stories. It doesn't have to be, buy me because of, X, Y, Z. I have this built by, there's the more powerful engines, all of those things. You can create experiences that create sales.
He was also asking about the kind of companies that you mentioned, a massive companies. He's asking, saying, can a small company do this also without budgets?
So there are
I think
so
he had an
many
example with Truly Madly earlier.
I think you can look at Uber, you can look at Airbnb. Those are all created completely on user-generated content. These are not even traditional companies. They are completely built on online. They are completely built on relationship. The biggest thing of Airbnb is word of mouth. Absolutely. And it's affinity and friendship. What return of investment is Airbnb looking at? Yeah? They don't even have a product. What is Uber? It's completely online. It's completely word of mouth. It's completely on those 5 stars that you give the driver, or write about it. It's complete friendship. Once you have that app in your mind, there's no way you're going to go to another cab.
And also to add, see, my view is that it is not about large and small organization, honestly speaking. It is all about the understanding. And as he rightly mentioned, George mentioned, in one of the discussions that, the patience, discipline, that is very important. I give you an example. Now, not because, Tata's is a big, from that perspective, what is important is if you see Soul, I don't know how many of you have heard. So this is something called Safari Owners United League, right? So once we have our customer, this is the platform that we created for our customer. Now what it has taken, the objective was that we wanted to create a platform for all our customers to come, and Safari being a marquee brand, we were looking at that, how to think about engaging with them and for a long-term perspective. You won't believe that today people themselves are coming there, watching out, they want to enter and see what is Soul, what is Soul doing it. So it has a life of its own. In short term, none of the organizations will be able to achieve what they are trying to do it.
At least in terms of sales. Sales-wise, they won't be able to.
Yeah, sales-wise, it is not necessary, because sales will happen as it is. It has nothing to do with, whether you are creating or... He can always go to a showroom, right? But it is all about that long vision that you have. Definitely that patience has to be there, and you will have to keep a maker checker kind of a concept where you push a little bit, you go back, you see it is solving the audience needs or not. So Soul is today successful because it is solving the need of those customers without we getting involved. So Tata Motors is not at all involved in this. If you see, they have we just created a group, we created a platform, and the people are engaging on their own. They meet during the weekends, they plan their own trips, and they are creating content. And it is so fabulous to see sitting out, out here, that, if you should also go to Facebook, yeah, I'm sure, unless until you are a Safari owner, you will not be able to get inside. But the point is that I don't think so there is the bifurcation that is going to ever take place, whether you are a small or a big organization.
See, I'll just take one more example. Let's say you start tomorrow a new company, startup, okay? Initially, you will not have budgets to separate out. You will do some murmuring about yourself, you do sale. So you're doing that. You will reach a stage whereby then you have to think, you have to revisit yourself. That, okay, now at this stage, enough of sale. I'm getting the bread butter or whatever that peak, or maybe the reach has occurred. I now have to focus separately on these two factors. That's what is my question.
Not necessarily actually, because when you spoke about a startup and you just briefly just broached the subject saying, I lose some murmur about myself. That is content marketing. It's not just murmuring. You blog about how can customers use my product in the startup every single way. You actually do that as an experience. You don't do it as an advertising campaign, but you talk about it, write about it, shoot yourself doing a video of it. That murmur is actually content marketing.
So are
That's
you
what
saying,
you need to take it forward.
Are you saying that, for example, any company who is selling in the selling business, they need to these type of hygienics to share their content, tell about
It is hygiene. It is as hygiene as having a brochure earlier.
Okay.
Now you need to have content marketing. It's an ongoing brochure. It's
Okay.
not a one-time brochure, it's an ongoing brochure. So you also do it on LinkedIn. LinkedIn used to be earlier just one CV, 2 pages of CV.
Yeah.
Now LinkedIn is an ongoing CV. It's an everyday updated CV. People
Yeah.
think it's a job platform and I don't get my jobs, I get spammed. But it's an ongoing, evolving CV. Every single day you add to your point of view saying, I stand for these things. Earlier CV was only one. It was printed for only 2 pages, nothing else. That is content marketing, literally. It enhances every single day.
So the objective is mainly the relation building, sustaining those relations with our customer or the prospects actually.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
One more question? Okay, just one more question. There's one guy. There's one guy. Last question. Yes.
Thank you. We have been speaking about user-generated content, and if at all, I may put it in a way that there is a lot of negative user-generated content as well. For you and I, we may know, sites like Mouthshut, their revenue model, it depends upon, say charging some ransom from the companies and then deleting those negative posts. But yes, it has a certain amount of influence when it comes to buyers buying behavior. So what do you do about this? For example, like you said, there is soul created and there are users who are engaging on that particular platform by themselves. So is Mouthshut, and there are users, conversing on the particular platform by themselves. So what do you do about this?
Prashant.
I actually don't think it is a question related to content marketing at all. You're talking about online reputation management, which is very different from what we're talking about. People generally criticize content that you create on the content that you create. They don't go somewhere else and talk about it because you get an instant reaction, right? Like, pissed off, I like it. If I like it, I'll share it. If I'm pissed off, I'll tweet about it or I'll say something bad about it. But what you're asking about is ORM, which I don't know if it's relevant
It's actually
right
far
now
different concept to which this good lady here won't be very appreciative if I answer that question. This lady.
No, because sometimes like you yourself made a mention, whenever a user has to buy something, he Googles it and, he sees the reviews and basis which, he'll take his decision.
Yes. I will probably answer this question off the stage because she is really breathing down my neck. Yes. That's it. So you can ask other questions to this good panelist outside when they are drunk.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik. Thank you, Ogilvy, for the session. And I'm extremely sorry to put them out because we are running short of time and I have my next panel waiting. However, now we have a session on real-time marketing hosted by Unmetric. And followed by that, we have one more session which is hosted by IBM. It's about knowing your customer. So before further delay, let me invite the next speakers for the day. That is Vikram Ravi, Client Development Director, Unmetric, and Peter Claridge, Global Marketing, Unmetric. So they're going to hear for a session on Let's Get Real about real-time marketing. Over to you, Vikram.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, can you guys hear me now? Okay, so it's 7:15, or so actually 7:30 in the evening now. How many of you are like feeling sleepy, bored? Okay, so I will try and keep this interesting as much as we can. This is not the right time to do a presentation on real-time marketing, but we'll try and keep it as much real-time and as fun as possible. So the talk before this was actually a perfect start for our own talk because they gave a lot of examples about content marketing and so on. And in our presentation today, we're going to use actually even some of the examples they spoke about give you some practical ways as to how brands are doing, you can call it content marketing, real-time marketing, whatever you want. But that's what we're trying to do, going to try and do today. We're going to start off with the video. It's not the right moment, right timing for this video. I'm going to play it anyway.
What the public saw as magic was actually a carefully orchestrated feat of technology. We mounted an ADS-B antenna on the roof of a nearby building to read live data directly from each aircraft's transponder within 200 kilometers. All aircraft emit radio waves containing their speed, altitude, GPS location, and a call sign. Our antenna was connected to a PC with a custom-built application, which identified the British Airways planes and sent the data to our cloud server that controlled the billboards. We created a virtual trigger zone in the sky that acted like a tripwire, so that when a BA plane entered our trigger zone, within 0.2 seconds we'd cross-reference the registration number with flight data from Heathrow to determine the destination. Cloud altitude data told us if the plane could be seen, and if it could, the information was sent to our billboard, interrupting the current content and playing our ad.
So this is actually a great example of real-time marketing in our opinion at least. How many of you have actually seen this video before? It's a pretty old video. I think some of you have surely seen it. But when I saw it, I thought it really captured what real-time marketing is, right? You're there, you're standing in the roads in London and there's a plane that's going above you, it's a British Airways flight, and boom, you get an ad, right? So before I actually get into the presentation, just quick introduction. So I handle operations and client services for Unmetric, work with some of our largest brands and agencies across the globe. I have my colleague Peter as well.
Hi, I'm Peter. As you can probably tell from my accent, I'm British. I've actually lived in India for the last 8 years. I live in Chennai, but Tamil Tarila, I can't speak Tamil yet. I've worked for Unmetric for the last 4 years. During that time, I've analyzed some of the biggest brands and some of the top campaigns on social media. I've written about it. A lot of it's been published in the media. I'm also joined today by some of our colleagues. We've got Ranjani and Remna. If you could just give us a wave at the back. Anything that you see in this presentation here, if you've got any questions, they'll be able to answer your questions at the end.
So coming back to the topic itself, right? So before we jump into some of the examples and all, let me take 5 minutes to tell you what it actually means, right? Even in the previous talk, I know one of the questions was asking the audience what is content marketing, and with real time, something like real time marketing, it's even harder to grasp as to what it actually means, right? So there's actually an interesting survey done in the US where they asked a lot of leading marketers what they think real time marketing is, right? These are marketers who actually do real time marketing, content marketing on a regular basis. And they had a list of answers and they had to pick from them. And let me actually ask you guys, what do you think it is? Do you think it is social responses to trends and specific current events? How many of you think it's that? How many of you think it's the second one? Any of you raise your hands? Guys, 7:30 in the evening, I know. How many of you think it's the second one, social responses to trends and specific current events? We got 1, 2, okay.
How many think it's both?
Yeah, how many of you think it's both? And how many of you think it's personalized content based on previous interactions? Okay, few of you. So the study was a bit split. 76% thought it was the first one and 68% thought it was the next one. And the interesting thing is a lot more responses came in. Some people thought it was just daily social media content, anything put on social media as real time, live web chats and so on, right? So there's a lot of different ways people define what real time marketing is. But the most important thing is actually relevance, right? The most important thing you need to think when you're thinking real time marketing is me as a brand, am I saying something at the time when people are interested in, right? This could be around cricket, this could be around something that's happening now. So for example, Chennai rains happened yesterday. We have an example around what a brand did around that. You need to be relevant at the right moment and you need to be talking to your audience at the right time. Right?
So I think when you talk about relevance, brands, they've always strived for relevance. Back in the 20s, you had billboards on the highways. Then in the 30s, you had radio. Then you had TV. Then you had the internet. And then you had social. Brands have always tried to be relevant and where their audience actually is. So if we play the next video. If we have an internet connection.
Give it 3 more seconds. Okay, I'll tell you what happens in this video, right? So this is a Super Bowl in the US, and after the MVP, most valuable player, wins the match. At the end, someone from the press, we have it.
Bill Sims, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you doing next? I'm going to go to Disney World.
So very interestingly, Disney World, they picked up on the fact that the Super Bowl, half of America is actually watching this. They paid this guy $75,000 to actually say this. It was in the moment, it was very relevant. And then they actually used this content for the next few weeks and months to promote get people to come to Disney World. But then I think that was interesting. I think one of the pioneers of real-time marketing is actually more close to home. I think it's a brand from India. It was actually mentioned in the previous...
Can you guess what it was? It was mentioned in the previous talk as well. Brand in India, real-time marketing. What do you think it is? Of course.
Of course, it was Amul. And I'm actually just going to take a minute here because I want to address one of these cartoons, the British Airways. On behalf of Great Britain, I apologize for not knowing who Sachin Tendulkar is. I'm very, very sorry. But actually, there's a good learning from this. So what we found with a lot of our clients is that when they're doing social responses in real time, they've actually got some procedures, they've got some frameworks in place. So if somebody tweets them that has a certain number of followers or comes from a verified account, it doesn't just get auto-replied or it doesn't just get a templated reply. It gets escalated to somebody a little bit higher up who's going to read it and understand, hey, I need to actually treat this person very well. I can't just give them the standard, please contact us with your name and address. What we actually did after that, we looked at, okay, how does Amul's content, how does its topical content perform on social media when compared to its normal content? What we found was when it's very topical, when it's part of the trend, they actually get 5 times the amount of engagement than on their regular content, which I think is a very powerful reason for brands to start doing topical content. The next example we have here is Google. Google came around in the 90s, and I think it really changed the game for real-time marketing because for the first time, brands were able to put their brand message exactly in front of the person who was searching for the product that they're offering. Never before had brands been able to be so relevant to what a consumer wants right now. And I think even today, AdWords is one of the best examples of real-time marketing. If we come up to date, you've got social. We have Oreo. I know that this tweet has been used to death. I know every single social media presentation uses this tweet. I know everyone uses it as the example of, okay, this is the how you do social media. But I think we've got to acknowledge it was a watershed moment. It was the first time a brand proved that you could be in the moment and publish something, and it was going to be highly relevant. It was going to get a lot of people interested. I think the takeaway from this was you've got to be able to identify, you've got to be able to execute, and you've got to be able to publish it all within a matter of minutes. Because if you don't grab that opportunity, then you're just going to let it go to waste.
So we saw the broad definition and origins, right? So we're going to give a lot more examples like this through this presentation. But before we actually jump into more, what other brands are doing in the real-time, space and so on, we want to take a moment to talk about, a brand marketing calendar. Actually, a quick question. How many of you here are social media analysts? Any analysts here? One, okay. How many of you are content creators? And how many of you are like digital marketers, just social media marketers? Oh, nice. So all of you will know this, obviously, right? You are planning all your content with your calendar, right? So you're going to talk about your brand, you're going to talk about, you know, your product releases, you're going to be planning about that, you know, well in advance. You're going to maybe put some content around your sector. So if you are, say, you know, audio, you're going to talk about the food and beverage sector, you know, give some recipes and so on. You're also going to talk about very general things around sports, around entertainment and so on. But one thing we think, you know, should also be part of your content marketing calendar, which is something marketers typically don't think about, is actually customer service. And Peter, do you want to?
So I think this was mentioned in the previous one. Beforehand, the marketers were the custodian of the message. Now with the social media, everything's been democratized. And you're actually trying to keep up with what your consumer is saying about you. And I think marketers have to get involved with the conversation that's happening on Twitter, because if, for example, someone says, oh, I'm hungry, or what am I going to do, drink on Friday, a brand could very easily jump into that conversation with, okay, it might be a marketing message, but it's actually a part of a conversation. Domino's can jump in and say, hey, don't forget we've got a 2-for-1 offer on this evening, go and order here. You know, or Budweiser can jump in and say, don't forget to pick up a few cold ones on the way home from work. So I think, although it's customer service, although it's getting in the conversation, I think it does fall under marketing because it will drive sales.
So that was more the reactive side of things, right? Brand, you know, getting into conversations, responding to people and so on. But when you think about real-time marketing, in a sense, you're always thinking major live events, big events that's happening, cricket, your big movie launches. That's when brands can actually put out some juicy tweets and so on. And all of you have been planning about it a lot of times. We actually went through all this data and we sort of classified it into these 3 things. And when you're thinking about these major live events, you can actually plan it with these 3 things. The first thing is planned content. It's, for example, Cricket World Cup is coming. You're obviously going to plan for that. You know, a movie is releasing, going to plan for that and so on. The next one is interesting. It's outcome-based content. We'll tell you what that is in just a bit. But it's planning for what could potentially be the outcome from that event, right? It's going one step further from the planned content. And the third one is the most interesting. It's what's called agile content, which is something, you know, you just put off the cuff. It's super, super real time. It's happening right now. The audio example is great. And we're just going to spend about 10 minutes, you know, talking about each of these things to get you some sort of bearings, right? So the first thing is planned content.
So if you think planned content could be anything that is happening in the moment. It could be something like a film release. It could be a live event. It could be the birth of the royal baby. In this example here, we took Idea, the telecom company. They actually created an interesting piece of content around the launch of Salman Khan's new movie, Prem. Salman Khan is a very, very well-known actor. A lot of people... I think so, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of him. Whenever he releases a movie, there's going to be a lot of chatter, there's going to be a lot of buzz. You know there's going to be a marketing campaign. Everyone is really going to know about it. And I think these puzzle type of pieces of content also resonate very well. By combining the 2 together to create a very relevant piece of content, Idea has created perhaps one of the most engaging piece of content that they've done all year. When we actually analyzed it, we found that they got an average engagement score of about 284 for their other content, but this very relevant real-time piece of content actually got a score of 1,000, which is the maximum score a brand could get.
So, and the interesting thing is it happened on Facebook. Typically, you would think Twitter is the only medium, but, you know, pretty much any medium you can do real-time content. And Peter mentioned about puzzles, right? So using puzzles as an example to, you know, spin off that Facebook post. What we're seeing a lot of brands do as well, and again, the speakers before spoke about this, which is perfect, because I can actually show you how you can do it, is actually data-driven creativity. How many of you have heard this term before? A lot of you would have. Yeah? So data-driven creativity itself is starting to be a very, very important thing, especially when you're thinking of something like social, right? So for example, we have a tool called Inspire, where you can come in and search for pretty much any piece of content. So if you want to run your puzzle, you can come in and search for all the puzzles that worked in the last 2 years in, say, the telecom sector, right? So Idea or any telecom brand can do that to understand what's actually working with any theme, right? Because we listen to the brand's voice to understand what's working and what's not. And since social has pretty much every piece of content that they put out is public, we have the data, and you can use that data to then drive your creative decisions. The next one is actually outcome-based content. And I was talking to my CEO about this last week, and one example was pretty interesting, and some of you may know this. MRF, of course, were big sponsors. I think they still are of cricket. And every match, this is in the 90s, I obviously wouldn't know this, but every match they would have like 10 print ads ready. They would give it to the Hindu, Times, and so on. They would give these 10 ads with different outcomes. If India wins, if India loses, if Sachin becomes the man of the match, if rains come and the match is cancelled, different scenarios, right? They would give these 10 different ads, and all they would do is after the match is over at say 12:30 in the night, they would call either Hindu or any of the media outlets and tell them, you know what, play 6, right? So they actually plan for different outcomes, and that makes their marketing a lot more real time than it is. So of course, in a medium like social, there's so many different things you can talk about, and if brands start planning different outcomes, there's a lot of magic you can do on social, and we can give you some awesome examples.
So the first example actually comes from America. Denny's is a casual dining restaurant. They do fantastic social media content. Everyone should follow what the leaders do. Denny's should be one of the guys you watch all the time. They were sponsoring a football match in the US, and at the end of the football match, they tweeted to the losing team and said, hey, you know what, I know you lost, but you've still got chances to win on the way home. This, I think, is a very good piece or good example of real-time content, because they didn't just come up with it at the end of the match and put this together and tweet it out. They clearly thought about it beforehand. They said, okay, what if this team loses? What if this team wins? What's the best way we can recognize this? So this piece of content actually got retweeted 6,000 times, got liked nearly 3,000 times. This is for not a very large football match, but it got a lot of attention, and more importantly, I think for a lot of people, it got a lot of PR coverage as well, which is another side effect of real-time marketing.
The next example is something you all will know about. Let me just play the ad because I just love this ad.
Javed and the opposition. It never stops. It's not wise to try and make a right.
Okay, so all of you have seen this ad. I'm not going to wait for this to play. But this is again a brilliant example of real-time content, right? So all of us know the Mocha campaign. And Star TV, Star Sports, of course, didn't put these videos out when the match was and so on. They obviously planned this 6 months in advance. They know this could be the potential outcome. So obviously they would have created 10 videos and they would have added only 3. But they're planning for outcomes. They're planning for different scenarios. That means they're going to be part of the conversation. So obviously, if India is going to win and the next match they're in, all of us are going to be talking about it. I'm going to be talking about it. I don't know that Peter's going to be talking about it. Really. But we're all going to be talking about it. And when Star Sports puts out that ad, it's just a lot more magical and a lot more real, right? And the important thing is after that is measuring, right? So you need to measure how this campaign did, because part of everything in social media, and everyone talks about ROI. We'll park that conversation aside. But for example, this campaign on Facebook, and since we're able to track this, we're telling you that it has over 450,000 likes, about 300,000 shares, and lakhs of impressions, right? And on a medium like Twitter as well, it's got a lot of buzz. And that all comes back to the you need to plan for different outcomes all the time, especially if you're going for big live events.
So another brand that does that very well is Kingfisher, which is a brand that we work with. Everyone knows that all the action takes place in the last 10 minutes of the cricket match when one team is chasing the runs. This is a piece of content they published at the end of the match when the runs, it was just going down to the wire. Clearly, they didn't just put this together at the end. They had this creative ready to go. They knew that, okay, if the match gets very close, then this is what we can publish. And again, because it was relevant and because it resonated with what the audience was feeling, it did very well in terms of engagement.
And a great way to actually stay on top of these real-time events, so we actually run this tool for free every time there's a big major event. So we ran this for IPL, for the Cricket World Cup. You guys could check it out. I can give you the link as well later, you can actually track real time what are all the brands talking about. So obviously you have a lot of tools that tells you what people are talking about, what are the conversations that's happening. But sometimes when you're thinking from the brand's perspective, you're a social media manager, you're an analyst, you need to have the smaller lens. You need to understand only what brands are talking about in my sector, because that's what you care about at the end of the day, right? So again, the biggest takeaway for this section, I would say, is just scenario planning. You need to plan different scenarios. You may only use one out of those 10 creatives that you build, but that one is going to do the job of 20 creatives that you would have otherwise created, right? The third one is agile content. This is the most interesting type of content, and a great example is Arby's.
So again, I apologize for using American examples. How many people here remember this tweet or saw this tweet when it was done? So it was a tweet that blew Oreo out of the water when it came to real-time marketing. A lot of people seem to think that the social media guy was, for Arby's, was just sat at home, watching TV, noticed that Farrell was wearing a hat that looked like their logo, bashed out a tweet, and the rest was history. Actually, it's a lot different. There was a lot of planning that went into the Grammys for Arby's. They actually created a lot of scenarios. They looked at things like, who were the nominees, who might win, who had beef with who, like did Miley Cyrus like Nicki Minaj at that time, who might have a wardrobe malfunction, who was going to fall over on the red carpet. They'd done a lot of planning, and they created a lot of content. They got a lot of approvals as well, because obviously that's very important. You can't just tweet out what you want. You have to get legal involved sometimes. As they started watching this, they actually were tracking mentions of their own brand as well. And they noticed that some other people were saying, hey, you know what, Farrell's hat looks a lot like that Arby's logo. And they're like, yeah, you know what, that's right. We ditched everything else. All of this content that we'd actually planned, they ditched everything. And they put together this tweet. But they didn't publish it straight away, because they knew from planning that Farrell was going to be up on stage at some point. When Farrell does go up on stage, a lot of people are talking about it. Twitter goes wild. And so when that happened, they published this tweet, and the rest, as they say, is history. I think it's one of the best examples of real-time marketing.
So one way a lot of marketers, try doing agile content is actually with their command centers. So how many of you here run command centers? Part of a command center? How many of you think command centers is a good thing, or how many of you think it's a waste of money, waste of time? Okay, not many. So you can actually use a lot of different tools to stay on top of these brand voice. So for example, we run this thing called Track, where in command centers, brands are listening to what other brands are talking about, what their competitors are talking about, what's happening on Instagram, on Facebook, on different social platforms, just to be on top of all these different content that their brand or competitors are doing, right? And this brought us to this slide, which is really starting to think whether you need to have a smaller team within your team. Very few brands in the world are actually doing this, but we like to call this the Agile Real-Time Marketing Task Force. Essentially, we think there should be at least 6 components to this, and obviously based on your organization, the naming would itself change, but this team should be ready at, say, even the earlier Collavery example, they should be ready at 2:30 a.m. On a Friday night, right? There should be a brand manager, a creative head, a copywriter, a community manager, analyst, and a legal person always there for you, so that if you decide you want to do something right now, you need to have the power to take that decision, get the legal approvals, write the content, get the creative done, everything within the next 30 minutes and so on. Because like we saw earlier, time is very, very important. If relevance is all about time, and if you miss that moment, it's all going to go down the drain. And time and again, we've seen that these kind of examples are ones that stick in people's head as well. Like, I went to New York last year, and whenever I went, even close to an Arby's restaurant, a lot of people were talking about this tweet, right? And you want people to be talking about your brand with interesting content like that. And building a team like this can really change the way you're going to think about real-time marketing. The third part, we've almost come to the last part of our presentation, is actually the daily real-time opportunities. We saw major events, cricket, movie releases, but they don't come all the time, right? There's going to be smaller real-time opportunities every day that you want to be on top of, you want to take advantage of. So,
I think the easiest way to keep on top of these trends is just go to Twitter, look at what's trending at the moment for the city or for the country. What I've noticed here in India is a lot of brands are missing an opportunity to actually jump in on a lot of these conversations. So over the last few days, I was just watching Twitter, I was watching what was trending, and I was trying to figure out or watch what brands are actually participating in these conversations. So yesterday, I just took a screenshot of this mood after Diwali, and I thought, that sounds like some good kind of trend for a hospitality brand to jump in on. Like, hey, if you got the Diwali blues, why not stay at our hotel? Maybe not be quite so blatant as that, but something similar. Or an ice cream brand could say, hey, you feeling down? Why not try some ice cream? Fortunately for me, there was one very, very, very good example, and hats off to Ola, who actually watched this trend of the Chennai rains. We weren't sure whether or not it was going to make it to Mumbai. We had to book one of these Ola boats. And everyone was talking, like, there were memes going around all over the place. My WhatsApp was going crazy. People sent me these screenshots or doctored screenshots of different types of boats that we could book in Chennai. And to their credit, Ola, they went ahead. They actually found a boat. They stuck an Ola sticker on it. They had guys with Ola jackets on. And they went around actually helping people who were stranded because of the rain. It's a very simple thing that they did offline. It resonated very well online. And when I looked at all the media sites today, every single major media site was covering this. So Ola just may have got crores and crores of worth of free PR for doing something very, very simple just by monitoring these trends.
So talking about monitoring trends, so we're actually going to come up with a tool really soon. I'd love for you guys to maybe send us an email. I'll tell you how you can get an access to this, get an early access to this. But what we found is that brands in some ways know the major trends. I think there was someone asked this question earlier from that side, and they were like, brands can't always get into all the conversations, right? So we want you to be able to search for trends that's happening in your sector. So if you want to find out what is trending amongst the banking and finance sector, right? That's when your banking brand, say Axis Bank is your client, only those kind of conversations are they going to be more likely to sort of participate. So we actually are building a tool right now. I'd love to show you guys an early version of it in terms of understanding what's trending in your sector in the brand ecosystem versus the larger moods after Diwali and so on, right? The second thing is the latest news, of course. So you want to be on top of the latest news and put tweets around it, and there's a lot of good examples. We're going to quickly jump into each of these.
From Flipkart. It was a very risky kind of tweet because anytime you do an in memorandum kind of tweet, it could go wrong. AT&T found it out with their 9/11 tweet. I think the decision to actually go ahead is, does it resonate? Is it part of our brand? Do we honor the person in a good way? Or are we trying to push our own agenda just here? And I think Flipkart absolutely nailed it, and I think the engagement scores actually reflect that. Another way you can look at the news is what political events are happening right now. Tanishq, they nailed it with the Section 377 announcement a couple of years ago. And what's the next one? Also Cornetto. Everyone was talking about the heart on Pluto. Cornetto, a lot of its narrative is around sharing and about love. And I think this was the perfect tweet that they could have sent out. And again, because it was relevant, because it was what everyone else was talking, because they didn't force their own narrative onto the existing conversation, the audience on Twitter, they really appreciated it. And again, it was one of the most engaging pieces of content that they did compared to their real-time marketing content.
So I know I told you Discover is going to come up later, but there's actually a free mobile app you can download right now. It's called Sense. If you guys go to the App Store or the Android Store, it's free. It's available right now. You can go online. I can give you access right after this. Essentially, we have this app where you can actually stay on top of every single content your competitors are putting on. So for example, if you're Mercedes-Benz, you can add BMW, you can add pretty much any brand you want and sort of stay on top of it on Facebook, on Twitter, and so on to sort of just get the brand's voice in some way. So do download it. It's free on the App Store and the Android Store. The third section, this is actually a smaller section. We're seeing only now Indian brands are doing some of this, is actually replying to other brands. And I think a good example is the Amazon example.
Yeah, so earlier this year, Amazon, they ran this Show Me More campaign. And
Or the cow.
Show me more.
Or the cow.
And so what they did as part of this campaign is they actually reached out to a lot of brands. So it wasn't just Zomato they reached out to other brands, and they basically, show me more. So they reached out to Red Bull. They said, hey, when you go, send someone into space again, show me more. Zomato, they kind of trolled, Amazon, they kind of trolled Zomato a little bit here because Zomato always changed their logo. But I think when you're going to troll a company, try not to troll one of the best companies at social media. Zomato, one of the best brands when it comes to creating amazing content, shareable content. And Zomato came back with a very, very fitting reply. And also Amazon replied back. So there's a bit of brand-on-brand banter, which has not been seen too much here in India before. The kind of result of that, okay, so what? Why should I be talking to other brands? It's not relevant to me. But the result of that was, beforehand they were adding between 250, 500 followers every day. But just from this one exchange between Zomato and Amazon, they actually had 1,000 followers each. And not just that, they got a lot of PR mileage out of it. So a lot of the media sites picked it up and said, hey, did you see what Amazon just did to Zomato? And then eBay actually got involved and all sorts of things. So that's if you're looking for engagement, if you're looking for PR coverage, these kind of things can help you.
So that sort of sums up some of the examples, some of the ways brands have done real-time marketing, right? I actually want to go back to this slide when I spoke about your content calendar, and of course all of you know about this. If there's one takeaway I want from this presentation, and I know it's again quite late, is actually consider having real-time marketing as part of your content calendar. Now it's actually a pretty it's a force fit. We were thinking about it at least 10 times before we put it in this presentation. But we think it's good to have it in your content calendar only because then you're going to start planning those scenarios. You're going to start planning for, what, I need to put at least one real-time piece of content in a quarter, right? Trust me, even that is a good benchmark in some ways. So just having real-time marketing as part of your content calendar is going to change the way you're going to tweet, change the way your brand is going to talk in a medium like social. And when you're thinking about what are some of the things you need to remember in terms of steps for real-time marketing success, these are really, really, really quick tips. We've already covered this in the presentation, but very, very quick from the top. It's join the narrative. So your brand cannot just decide its own voice, right? You can't always push your agenda. You need to know what's happening in Twitter, what are people talking about, and say a message in a way that people actually want to have a conversation with you. Scenario planning, extremely important. We've not seen too many brands do that in India. We want more brands to be doing that. Plan for different scenarios so that you can be a lot more smarter in your Twitter handle on your Facebook page, right? Identify your task force, right? This can really, really change the way you do real-time marketing and the way you think about real-time marketing. Timing, of course, is key. You need to know when to put this tweet. You need to have the relevant tweet at the relevant time. Know which trend to jump on. Now, we actually didn't cover some of the bad examples of real-time marketing because that's again something a lot of people have covered, but you need to know which trend works for your brand. You as a brand manager, as an agency, as a social media analyst, creator, needs to know which kind of trend makes sense for your brand. And the last thing is actually measure your success, right? So measuring is very, very important even when it comes to real-time marketing. You need to if you're talking about Colaverity, if you're talking about the earlier example we saw with Arby's, we saw with Kingfisher, with Star Sports, everyone needs to measure and everyone are measuring how well is their real-time content performing versus their regular content. Right?
So I was just going to stop here in the spirit of real-time. I've got a couple of other things I want to add. So another one is identify the platform that you're going to use for this piece of content. In a lot of these examples, we've actually just used Twitter because that's where a lot of the conversation happens. Earlier this year, there was a trend going around about the dress. Was it a blue dress? Was it a white dress? That's something that might work better if it was on Instagram or Pinterest, in fact. So really, you've got to understand where is my audience going to be for this trend. The other one is that you don't have to jump in, or you don't have to live tweet a certain event. You don't sometimes less is more. If I go back to the Arby's example, Pharrell Williams actually replied to that tweet, and they got even more engagement as a result. Arby's, they actually talked amongst themselves and said, should we reply back and keep this conversation going? And they decided, you know what, no, that, this is a special moment, let's just keep it at this and move on. Similarly with Oreo, the expectation on Oreo the following Super Bowl, it was huge. Everyone was going, what's Oreo going to do next? What are they going to do? Oreo, they decided there's no way they can live up to that expectation. So they said, okay, we're going to bow out of this Super Bowl. Have a great one, folks. So you don't always have to live tweet and be on every single moment, but just choose your moments.
Cool. So that sort of sums up our presentation. Any questions? Any questions about the examples we asked?
Covered everything.
We covered everything.
Yeah.
We could either take it like that.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah, it was a great presentation. So I had a quick question. So what happens in social media typically is that today if there is an ISIS attack and there is a terrorist event, the entire news feed is overwhelmed with everybody echoing that. Now in those scenarios, how does one plan real-time marketing? Because if there is a campaign that is timed in November or December for Christmas, and at that particular point of time there is something that happens and everybody's retweeting and talking about it, like it is now with the Paris incident. What does one do?
That's a great question.
First of all, don't get involved.
It's actually a great question, and the way we think it, we've actually had conversations about this in the past as well. We think the reason why content planning itself is taking a lot of time is not really the content itself, right? So we all know how much time we actually take to create that piece of content, that tweet, that post, right? What takes time is actually the layers of approval, the layers of, it needs to go to 10 people, 15 more people need to decide and so on and so forth, right? For something like a real-time marketing, it's not possible, right? You as a brand need to decide, I'm going to do real-time marketing. I need an agile team. This is a team of 5 people. Need not have a command center, need not have a fancy room where they sit in and take all these decisions. But at any moment, these 5 or 6 people, and can be even a 10-person team, 6 is just a number, that team needs to have power to decide what they're going to do. After that, honestly, creating the content, I'm sure, all of us are smart enough in this room to be able to create that content within, even a span of 15 to 20 minutes. You can create that great piece of tweet. Because if you're thinking about it, when you're tweeting, like so many of you here are tweeting about SMW, and as this, if we had done a fail in this presentation, you're going to put a joke about it then and there, right? But as a brand, you don't have that power. You don't have the power to take that decision. You don't have the power to be able to reply in that real time. So honestly, that hurts a lot of agencies and brands. Like, we've worked with social media marketers where they're like, shit, I should have got onto that trend. I didn't get onto that trend. If I would have, I would have got so much engagement. Really, it's about you as a brand deciding to, give me the power to create that content. Creating it is the easier part, to be honest.
So I was just going to jump in there. I did some analysis a while back. Again, it's very US-centric. But one of the things I wanted to understand is, do brands get more engagement during a live event, even if they're not creating content for that live event? And it turned out that, yes, brands who publish content during a live event, but not about the live event, not even mentioning it, they actually do see enough uplift in engagement because a lot of people are on Twitter at that time, a lot of people are using the platform, and so it might not be a great idea to publish during a crisis like that, but generally if you think your message is going to be drowned out by a live event, actually the data says it's not. I've not done it for IPL or anything like that, but I know it works in the US.
Thank you.
Is that a question? Okay.
So basically, if you have this challenge of layers of approval, and at the same time, I think more and more corporates would recognize that they really need to have this team in place. So how do you overcome, how are clients or corporates responding to this? Are they creating teams, or are they just leaving it to the, marketing?
I think brands have, in some ways woken up to it in a sense that the data really shows that real-time marketing works. There's no question. No one in the audience is going to ask me whether does it actually work, right? So, and a lot of brands have the agenda of, I need to get that viral video. I need to get huge amounts of engagement, huge amounts of impressions, and so on. So when that's the case, we have seen clients in the past even take data from us. They've taken data on, here are the, give me data on 20 tweets that got, above a certain level of engagement, and they go back in there and show the data, right? Show the data and say, hey, you know what, this is what has worked in the past. You need to give me this power, only then can I get you so much of engagement, right? So that's where again the data-driven, I said data-driven creativity, but in some ways data-driven decision-making can make a lot of sense because you have the data, you can take it back internally and say, hey, you know what, the data is showing me that I need to be able to do this to get so much levels of engagement, and if I want my brand to really be conversational in social media, I can't just have my content calendar separate from what's actually happening in the real world, because Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, none of these mediums were created to cater to that kind of engagement. So honestly, having a task force is what needs to be there in different teams, and I think the problem is because it's traditional medias and then there was social media, a lot of those practices are also being used in the current social media scenario.
So in that case, clearly there are two ways, right? One is the client comes to you, or the second is you go to the client, hey, there's a great situation here, we can make out of it. So, we've talked a lot about ROI, etc. So, how does the commercial dialogue work? Meaning, is the client concerned, okay, how much I'm going to spend, the impact I can create, both from the client's perspective as well as the agency's perspective? Do you really wait for the commercials to get approved, or do you want to make most of the opportunity and then leverage that as an example?
So when you talk about real-time marketing, honestly, it's not too much about budgets because you're not pushing a lot of money behind those tweets. Especially if you're taking the Ola board example, it's not really about when you're putting out the tweets, not really thinking about how much budget is that. It's just taking that decision at that moment and deciding, hey, you know what, I'm going to plunge in now and I'm going to put that tweet. And the same case is, again, the done and dusted audio example. They didn't spend anything on that tweet. It's just the same team that's creating it. It's just at that moment they had the power to take the decision to create that kind of tweet. Because I'm sure a lot of marketers working with several brands in India have enough and more creativity to create tweets like that. It's just the decision-making process in some ways are not, does not allow real-time marketing in some ways.
So I was going to add, it's very much a risk and rewards scenario. You've got to be able to prove that, okay, yeah, we might not win the best tweet of the IPL, but when we did tweet during the IPL, we actually got far higher engagement than normal. And when most brands tweet during the IPL, they mostly get higher engagement. So if you give us a little bit of leeway, it's going to be a trust thing where, okay, let's try it on a short lease right now, and then the next event comes along, let's try it, get a bit more aggressive about it. I think it's going to be a incremental building of trust to actually get those kind of approvals. And obviously, you're going to have to get buy-in from a senior person as well.
Okay. And lastly, you mentioned an app, Sense.
Yeah.
Can you spell it? Because I couldn't find it.
Sense, S-E-N-S-E, Sense.
Okay.
Just, Sense.
You're saying that once in a quarter is a better way to do the real-time marketing.
No, I said at least once in a quarter.
At least once in a quarter. So, what are the things when you should not do the real-time marketing?
What are?
When you should not be doing the real-time marketing.
When you should not.
Yes.
When there's a crisis, you definitely should not be doing any kind of real-time marketing. When the trend is not relevant at all to your brand.
Yeah.
Again, like with the Flipkart example, you've got to be just very, very careful about doing any kind of in memorandum kind of wishes. I think that one of the things is guidelines that you have to set beforehand, before you even start writing out your tweets. You've got to know what is your brand voice, what does your brand stand for, what does your brand promise, and what kind of conversation are we going to be prepared to get involved with? Are we going to be sarcastic in our tweets? Are we going to talk smack in our tweets? Are we going to try and just be funny in our tweets? Are we going to, like Idea did, are we going to just do brain teasers? What does the brand want to be known for when it gets involved in that conversation? And those kind of guidelines should be able to protect it from getting involved in the wrong kind of conversation.
Cool. So thank you all. Thank you for your time, and especially this late in the evening. Have a good evening. Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vikram, and thank you, Peter. Next session is hosted by IBM, and a quick heads up on the next session. When everyone is on digital, when every brand is on digital, who is going to be the ultimate winner? Let's get to know that, and let me invite you the next speaker for the day, Mr. Amit Puri, Global Delivery Leader, Social Analytics Practice at IBM. The session is about knowing your customer. Welcome, Amit.
We'll be using both the laptops, right? You will switch.
Every day, we think, invent, heal, laugh, explore, reason, share. Every day, we create poetry, equations, films, selfies, diagnoses.
Hello. Am I audible at the back? All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying up so late. I assume that's because you want to beat the Mumbai traffic and let it lighten. So anyway, I'll think that you're here for my presentation. And so let me give you a brief introduction. My name is Amit Puri. I've been in the industry for a little over 15 years, been with IBM for 7.5, and I've been doing social analytics, not media, social analytics for the last 7 years. So social happened to me by chance. I was there. I was doing advanced analytics. IBM Research came up with something really cool at that point in time, and they wanted someone to take it to the market. So happened to be at the right place, right time, doing the right things. Still finding it hard to explain to my family what I do for a living, but that's how it is. So today, we've been talking a lot about social, about digital. So I wanted to present IBM's perspective on this entire social analytics space. So let's start with this. Okay. All right. Let's start with a small video, shall we? Will this play?
Every day, we think, invent, heal, laugh, explore, reason, share. Every day, we create poetry, equations, films, selfies, diagnoses, discoveries. A living record of our work, our ideas, and our aspirations. Captured in over 2.5 quintillion bytes of data, but 80% of this data is invisible to today's technology. We can't see it, we can't use it. IBM Watson can.
Hello, my name is Watson.
Watson is cognitive, designed to understand, reason, and learn. And everywhere, Watson is helping schools become cognitive, hospitals become cognitive, industries, professions, culture, products, services, And companies of all kinds are becoming cognitive. And when businesses think, we can outthink. Outthink complexity, outthink competition, outthink risk, outthink disease, outthink our biggest challenges, and outthink the limits of what's possible.
Welcome to the cognitive era. I'm here to help.
So, what is cognitive? Right? It took me a while to understand when we launched this word early this year. So, you've all heard about artificial intelligence, right? Everyone's heard about artificial intelligence? Who's heard about IA? Artificial intelligence is AI. This a little bit like Air India and Indian Airlines. So, there's something called IA, intelligence augmentation. How many of you have heard about intelligence augmentation? Okay, so let me tell you, that's what cognitive is all about. Intelligence augmentation is all about taking human intelligence, because we believe that is the most powerful thing in the world, and our current technology is not even a fraction of what human intelligence is all about. And then not replicate human intelligence, but augment human intelligence. So how can we take human intelligence and then scale it up through technology? Okay, how does human intelligence really work? That is what we are trying to look into. That's what our researchers at IBM have been working on. Okay, right. And IBM has been steadily charting this map towards cognitive computing, right from 2004, where the High Performance Computing Act was enacted. After that, we've gone step by step. Blue Gene, Cell Broadband Engine, which was supercomputer on a chip. Petaflop barrier in 2008, which was nothing but creating a Roadrunner supercomputer. 2.5 quintillion, am I reading it right? Bytes of data created every day. And this was back in 2012. I'm sure the number has doubled at least by now. In 2012, we also modeled the human heart, okay, to understand and the ailments and see if we could cure a lot of the ailments through a lot of research in the medical world. Watson today has been fed with millions and millions of medical journals, medical images, which are making sure that the computer is doing all that reading and coming up with new and new cures every single day. And we're just beginning. So now that is what our research guys are doing, and there's a lot of application that is happening for all of this content. But what are we doing out here, practical, on the ground, something that you and I can understand, right? And that's where understanding your consumer. So CEOs today, every CEO is talking about digital, while we want to transform our business through digital, right? Is that the end destination? We think not. So again, on the lines of cognitive computing, we think digital intelligence is what is going to transform the business. Digital intelligence is what is going to govern how we run our supply chains, how we run our marketing, how we run our processes and systems in the business world today. So how are we revolutionizing this understanding the customer? We know we can't do this all alone, so we decided to partner with some of the best in the industry. So we partnered with Apple through our mobile partnership. We partnered with Twitter, which is the voice of the planet. We partnered with Facebook for better ad placements. We bought out Alchemy, so it's a company, an IBM-owned company today. We partnered with the weather company about, I think, 6 months back, but then last month we decided we'll buy it out. So we bought it out. It's also an IBM company today. And all of that leads to what? A new way to insight. An insight into the consumer, what a consumer does. Through all this data that is being churned out by the, which is getting generated through social and every other channel. Can you, next slide please? I'm not sure if this is working. So this is your typical customer, right? John, Maria, they're planning to get married. So, and innocently they send this tweet. Maria and I are buying house before our marriage this year end, feeling excited, right? Now this to us is a life event. How many of you have heard about a life event? Typical marketing term, right? Life event. How many life events are there? How many life events are there? How many do you know of? 4, 5? Okay. Anyone else wants to take a guess? Well, our researchers came up with a library of about 900 plus life events. Okay. Why? They say buying a pet is a life event. How many of you agree? Okay. It is a life event because they say it changes everything that you do. You stop going out to restaurants to eat. You will start ordering more because a lot of restaurants do not allow the pets. You will change the hotels that you stay in. You will change your vacation destinations because you probably do not want to take a flight anymore, right? So it's impacting every industry. It's impacting the travel industry, the tourism industry, the food industry. It is impacting the supermarket. Why? Because now the aisle, the way you go to a supermarket and the way you walk in a supermarket to buy your groceries, that path has changed. Now your path is taking you to the pet section, which you never used to go to. Okay? So each of this is a change, is a subtle change, unnoticed. We know that as a human, if we come to whatever I'm talking about, as a human, all of us identify with it, right? We understand it. But we do not have the ability to understand, notice, and measure this change on a day-to-day basis, on a every second basis. But that's where we can use technology, right? Technology can come to our aid. So with life event detection, we can pretty much target a whole suite of consumers for a whole suite of applications. So now we've targeted a consumer, and so we have this very, very cool thing. It's called Watson Personality Insights. What this thing does, this tool does, okay, it's getting boring, right? Do you want me to go on, or let's do a live demonstration? Can I have a volunteer? Anyone who has at least 200 tweets on his Twitter account? I want a volunteer. Come on, sir. So we are going to create his Watson personality profile right now. Can we switch to this my computer, please? It is. Okay, what do I need to do? Okay, I'm sorry, someone needs to help me with putting my screen on there. रुकावट के लिए खेद है. No, this is the screen. Yeah, just do a mirror display maybe. Okay, we're back in business. Sorry about that. I just work for the biggest technology company in the world. Challenged by it though. All right. Can we have your, you want to put in your Twitter handle? Okay. At the mercy of the internet gods. Airtel 4G to be precise. Okay. Still coming through. Well, at IBM it takes about 1 second. Here we'll just have to work. No. Just say enough.
Say just enough.
Say just. Sorry, we'll come back to this. Let's just move on for a minute. Sorry about that. Come again? No, it's working. It's just a. Oh, it is. It's come through. Prateek Telang. Oh, see, I know your name. Wait for it. It works faster for the 4G girl. Okay, let me just start talking about it while the 4G girl is working her magic. So I can assure you it works in a minute. So in about a minute, there are 3 behavioral models that are popular in the academic world, which talk about the behaviors of an individual. Okay, the behaviors that we as humans exhibit, right? And a lot of you who would have read about behavioral psychology would know these models: the Big 5 model, the value needs model, and so on. So we combined it. Some of our brainy folks, not me, at IBM, they combined all these models, put technology around it, and instantly you have a complete profile of anyone who is publicly tweeting, right? And we can extend that to everywhere, any social data, any other data that is there. It looks cooler, by the way. It's not so haphazard. I'll show it back on my screen. So Mr. Prateek is your heartfelt, somewhat insensitive and strict, self-controlled. You have control over your desires, which are not particularly intense. Now, Prateek here can actually challenge me, right? That what you're saying, your tool doesn't work at all. It's crap. But this is exactly what is getting portrayed to the customers of a brand. Okay? This is how you're coming across because of the words that you choose to communicate your message. Okay? Can we go back to the slide, please? So, and if someone's interested after the chat, I can pull up your profile as well. So, we pulled it up for Mr. Modi. A lot of you would know him, identify him. And again, so you have everything from what time does this person tweet, to which are the days he is more active on, and what is his behavior profile. Now, it's not only for a person that I can do it for a brand, right? And brands spend a lot of money to convey a particular brand image, right? And here we can do it in an instant. So let's go to the next slide, please. And while I did not want to bring up a brand, I did take up the social media week handle. But instead of looking at the personality that was exhibited by social media week, we looked at, we clustered the followers of social media week, right? And we had these three very definite clusters coming out. We had people who could be identified as thinkers. We had a section of people who could be identified as risk takers. And we had a section of followers who could be identified as motivators, right? Through the characteristics that they were displaying. Now, this is all fine again, right? What's the real world application? So let's go to the next slide. So here are some Bollywood personalities. Okay, I don't know why Honey Singh is up there, but anyway. And we took one of the characteristics. So if you remember that round chart that we had, we took just one of the characteristics, which was practicality, right? And we mapped the tweets of all of these personalities on how they figure up with practicality. So next time, Thumbs Up wants to do an ad on adventure, right? And they want to figure out who is the next brand personality who exhibits adventure through social. All they need to do is use this and come up with it. Okay? So let's go back to our story. John and Maria, right? Planning to buy a house. They did a tweet. We have now understood the profile of John. Next slide, please. All right. So one of the things, now a brand wants to communicate with John, right? And as you see, a brand may not be communicating the right thing. So what do they do about it? So we have now another technology, and this one's called Watson Tone Analyzer. And what this technology does is it comes up with the right choice of words that you must use in your tweets to get the right messaging across. Okay? So today, when a brand comes up with a tagline, it comes up with any form of communication, it is as good as the person who is approving that tagline or communication, and that could be a marketing manager, a brand manager, a CEO, whoever it might be, right? It is very person dependent, and once that person is replaced by another one, the quality can go up, down, sideways, anything can happen. We can now bring in technology to make sure that the brand never loses its image and keeps standing for what it's supposed to stand for. Okay? Let's go to the next one. So we've all heard that a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So we talked about a lot of text, but I'm sure you've heard a lot of other technologies that also understand and analyze text. So we went to pictures, right? And now we have technologies which are able to understand pictures, right? And what's happening in those pictures. So whether for this person, she's the one who helped design my deck, by the way. So she's in my team. They are, what's the preferences in designs? Okay, what does she like to wear? What are her family needs? Where does she take a vacation? Where, so we can do, what are her hobbies? We can have a much, much better and richer profile generation of a person or a segment of consumers, right? So while we have the ability to go drill down into absolute one-to-one marketing, it can actually, you do it at a cluster level, a segment level. Next slide, please. And we all know that we are also impacted by a lot of influencers, and I'm sure this audience has seen a lot of influencer technologies, right? So how are we different? We do it, our influencer technology, besides being able to run in seconds, can also, it's contextual, okay? So it's not about a Toyota car, whether it's positive or negatively being portrayed, but it is about Toyota car in the context of seat covers. Is it being positive or negative, right? So we do contextual influencer analysis, right? We can of course do sentiment analysis on this. We can look at influencers by categories of the social media platform. We can do all sorts of slices and dices. And of course we have a portrait by volume of influence that they carry, right? So this is some of the work, one of the things that we did for the Museum of Modern Art, and art world is something that is really, really influenced by influencers, especially the critics who talk about it. So when they come up with a new exhibit, how is their work being talked about in social? What are the words being used by it? Who are the key influencers who are impacting and forming an opinion about that artwork that has been launched? Next slide, please. But this isn't enough, right? So we know that weather impacts our mood. So had it been raining, like it's raining in Chennai, we wouldn't even have this audience out here, right? Everyone would be stalled wherever they are. And weather actually controls whether we want to eat a samosa today or whether we get into the mood of a Chinese, right? So now we overlay all of the social data with weather data. And we have the ability to do that at, next slide please. We can go hyper local with weather data, right to a pin code level, right? So at this pin code, what is this store is experiencing at this pin code? What is this building? What are people out here experiencing? And we can now combine this with the social data that is coming out of that same place. So I can look at the weather outside this building, and I can also look at all the tweets that are coming outside of this room, right? Because I have geotagging available on all of those tweets. So I can actually see what is the mood of the nation. I can get insights into people's actions and figure out why they are acting the way they are. Next slide. And then we take action. So here's where the story gets completed. We've segmented the customer, we've understood him, we've profiled him, we know what mood is he in, and then, by the way, all of this has happened within some seconds. And he's got a tweet back saying, oh, maybe you need a home loan since you're going to buy a house, right? And you can now segment the communication by whatever micro segment that you have defined for this question. And by the way, we put this all on the cloud, and the brands never have to own any piece of technology. They don't have to do any investment, right? And it is all automated. So one of the questions that might be coming to the audience mind is going to be, next slide please, is this future? No, it's not. We've already implemented it. Multiple places. Lots and lots of brands are already using this today. Let's give you an example. So this is for fast food retail chain in US which wanted to launch a new smoothie targeted at health conscious people, right? And now since they want to launch, and as everyone would know, launching a new brand, a new product is a lot of money and a lot of decisions that need to be taken. So how do you know which is the best place to launch the product? So we looked at, again, what were people discussing in social, right? In terms of who were talking about weight loss, who was talking about eating to live healthy, who was talking about GMO, who was talking about smoothies, soups, salad dressings, everything that was in context to our smoothie launch. And then we mapped it all out to figure out some states where all of that discussion was happening, right? And then we drilled down, we didn't stop here. We also looked at how many were millennials, what were the genders, how many were parents in this group. And then we also drilled it down to a city level on that conversation, right? To the point where we knew exactly which were the stores where the brand or the product should be launched, okay? Let's look at another one. This is for a retail florist chain, right? So we understood their customers, what were their preferences, what were they talking about their competitors, how do they order, blah, blah, blah. Once we had all those social insights, we go to the next slide. We looked at where those potential customers were, right? And we then categorized them by the life event, having a baby, graduation, admitted to the hospital, right? Those are the typical things that someone would tweet. Next slide, please. And then we looked at clustered with respect to what were the appropriate gifts for that occasion. So Valentine's Day, how many give a basket, how many give chocolates, how many give daisies, lilies, orchids, flowers, right? So what is the appropriate gift? Now, none of it, remember, is something that humans cannot think of, right? But try doing this manually on a scale of millions of customers in real time. And that is where we come to the concept of Indian Airlines or intelligence augmented, right? Next slide. And then we have finally the targeted marketing. Maria, we are happy to announce a 10% discount on your favorite flower for your birthday. Take a look here. Okay. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. That's all I had for today. I'm open to taking any questions. Okay. So.
The obvious question. Yeah. The obvious question, how much does all this cost?
Okay. What's the scale? So it can go into a few $1,000s to multi-million dollars depending on the scale at which you want to put the solution into place. Whether are we talking about a single brand, multiple brand, single geography, multiple geographies, all across the nation. It totally is dependent on what the customer ask is. So we have to tailor make the solution for the customer.
Hello. First of all, very beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
And very importantly that I think IBM has been able to crack big data the way people have not been able to crack for such a long time. So I think this is one of the best implications and applications of big data that personally I have seen in a very long time. But I do have a question, like in terms of, like I do see an implementation of brands and sales in a lot of ways. Now, I have two questions. Number one is that how real time can it go? Like, for example, like it's about to rain, it's the month of June. Or maybe we do have an analysis that gives a real time. Maybe I'm firstcry.com, I supply baby products, I supply diapers. So does Watson give me a real-time data analysis of people who have announced that, you know, like it's a boy, it's a girl, so I'm a father, I'm a mother. So on an announcement, immediately we as a brand can reach out to these people, not being part of our community, but they being part outside our community, but that data being shared to us, we can reach out to them, probably give them a hamper for free. Like, try this out. Congratulations. This is a gift hamper from our end. Congratulations for first prize. So I want to know, like, does Watson allow brands to reach out to the audience outside their domain?
So yes and yes. So I say yes because we are putting all of these pieces together. If you see, I talked about a lot of components today. I talked about our partnership components, right? So with Twitter, I'm getting data. So today on my laptop, so the reason I had to switch was that application could not be hosted on any other laptop, only on mine. So I today on my laptop have access to all of Twitter data, right? Every single tweet that has ever been generated. Okay, so right from the first tweet 8 years ago to today, real time, I have that. I have access to all of weather data, right? Weather data, by the way, is handling 26 billion APIs every single day. Okay, 26 billion APIs. So these are component pieces. Then we have the technology component pieces. So I just gave you a glimpse of some of these technologies. We have Bluemix, where some of these APIs have been opened to developers outside, and they are creating a whole host of technologies using Apple, using IBM technologies, which are some of them are Watson components. So you have those access for some of them, not all of them, right? But it's going to be, we were trying to bring it as fast as possible. Okay.
So maybe using the Alchemy API,
yes.
this has been diversified into multiple applications. You as a brand can choose which application is relevant to you, and accordingly it fits your brand. So is that how it goes?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Is there any other question? We have one there.
You said this is not the future, right? Then, you didn't continue where the future is heading. Also, in terms of, where do you draw the line of privacy of an individual?
Okay. So, I did not continue on the future because at IBM, every morning when I open my emails, I see that future changing. Because somewhere in the world, amongst the hundreds and thousands of IBMers across the globe, someone has invented something new, right? So we have, what I presented to you is the discipline or the thought that has been defined by our chairman, that we are going into cognitive computing, right? That's the direction we are taking. All our energies, investments are being harnessed in that direction towards cognitive computing, because we think that is something that makes us essential to the human world. So that's one part of the question. If you could repeat the second part again.
Second, in terms of privacy of an individual, whatever you put out.
Sure.
So what about, say, for example, a bank number, the way we transact through online? Is this all safe?
Yeah, so first of all, privacy is controlled right at the data level. So Twitter, while they allow us data, have very, very stringent policies, right? So does every other data provider in how we can harness the data. So while we have the data, we cannot really use it unless and until we have the explicit permissions of the user, right? The data generator. Okay, so unless and until I have your permission, I can't really use the Watson Personality Insights on your profile. Unless and until, however, what I can or am allowed to do is cluster a group of people to understand the various segments. So it does not boil to an individual level, but at a clustering, at a segmentation level, I'm allowed to do that, to understand which are the various segments for my brand.
Actually, the users of Twitter when compared to Facebook.
Come again?
The users of Twitter when compared to Facebook in India, there's a huge number of differences there. Especially when cluster and the segmented behavior. Do you also use the data or connected with Facebook or other these things to come to the final behavior model in it?
Yes, so we do use the publicly available data of Facebook and the data that is provided by a brand from their own brand page. Not any of the private data of Facebook is not accessible, it's not provided. Okay, only the publicly available data is provided. And there again, there are a lot of stringent conditions in which we can use it. Apart from Facebook, we do use data from about 300 million websites. Again, as long as it is public, we can use it. Okay. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Good night.
Thank you, Amit. With that, we come to the end of the third day of Social Media Week. So before we depart for the dinner, a quick announcement. So tomorrow we'll be starting our session at 10 a.m. With workshop. The first workshop for tomorrow will be Come Plan and Go, a travel workshop by Ansu Gupta. And the workshop session will be happening in the 6th floor, 6th room. And followed by that, again, we'll be continuing with the session starting from 3:30. Some of the highlight sessions for tomorrow will be something on food entrepreneurs, social foodies. Then we'll be having sessions on digital video content. Followed by that, we'll be having sessions on mobile health and social media. And then we have a very interesting and interactive quiz, which is powered by Skyscanner, which has flight tickets worth 1 lakh rupees to be won. So surely, give it a shot and try your luck for the interactive travel quiz. And then, and tomorrow's final session will be on how brands can leverage social good out of social community. We have hundreds and thousands of followers, but what to do with them and how can they be used for the good for the community as well as for the brand. So with that, we come to the end of the day, and I don't want to delay it anymore. The dinner session is open. Thank you so much. Thank you.